Welcome and hello, everybody, to the Novocastrian Presents. Again, we're joined by the eminent researcher, author, scientist, and historian, Ralph Ellis, and the powerful thinker, researcher, Lamont. How's it going there, lads?
It's going good.
Yeah, very well. Good to be with you, Caleb, Nate. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been on, and I'm sure we've got quite a lot to talk about.
Ralph, I just wanted to say thank you for the help for the promotion with the last discussion we had and the video which came out of it. It was a huge support, and I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, I normally get, well, I've got quite a large audience. Sometimes we don't get too much of a response because remember, most of my audience have already seen these arguments before. But when it's a new channel, they often just tune in to see what that channel offers. So yeah, you might get quite a few people on.
So last time we chatted, we talked about the real Jesus. We talked about, amongst other things, the castration ceremonies of the Galley priests and how this King Jesus religious practice also was to do with these practices, and how this went all the way back to the Hyksos kings. We talked about the Himilayan Zodiac and about the worship of the Zodiac by the ancient Jews, Christians, and we established that the Jewish people were once ancient Egyptians also. We talked about how this Zodiac, the Himilayan Zodiac in particular, showed that the ancients knew about the size and shape of the earth and had knowledge of precession of the equinoxes. We traced the origins of this ancient sect to ancient Egypt. We had the revelation that Jesus, king of Edessa, who built the Himilayan, he owned it, the Himilayan Zodiac, was imprisoned here in Britain after the Jewish revolt, and we postulated that he may have been buried at Stonehenge. Here tonight, I hope we can get into why Stonehenge is such an important site. And I do believe at one point Ralph suggested that the pharaoh Akhenaten desired to look like a great alien, but we'll get back to that shortly. I think it's best we begin by addressing the fact that tonight's discussion isn't all to do with historical facts written down. This talk will mostly be about prehistory. I guess the first question I want to ask is, why is the work from your books, Thoth Architect of the Universe and K2 Quest of the Gods, that we are about to cover tonight, why are these books more esoteric and less about having the history at hand than it was in the first discussion we had? And could you give us a short intro as to what inspired this incredible journey of yours in, well, I would say, solving one of the most puzzling riddles of them all in regards to the great megaliths of Egypt and Britain?
Yes, well, we drop off the edge of history, unfortunately, when we start to talk about pyramids and henges, because there's no written records. So we are struggling for data and information. All we have is the actual megaliths themselves, really. And they don't provide that much information. I mean, there's no inscriptions on the megaliths. That's one truism I think you can find on all of the megaliths, is there is no inscriptions. There might be some pretty Gaelic patterns on some of them, but it's not clear what they mean. But there are no inscriptions, no hieroglyphs, no mathematical symbols, although they were using mathematics in these megaliths. And so we're struggling for data, and we have to try and we try and have to pull out the information from mythology and from the actual stones themselves. And that's why everyone is struggling. And again, we can't necessarily date stones, so we don't even have a valid date for these megaliths. They've been trying to do more and more carbon-14 dating on the Great Pyramid, which I will have to have a look at again because they've had some more results. But they've not released any of the information, the data behind the results. I've seen a summary of these results, but they've not released the data. So I'm not relying on that information as yet. So yeah, this was, well, it's still an enduring mystery, isn't it? We don't know when these megaliths were built. We don't know who built them. We don't know how they were built, because some of them, as we will see, are rather huge and very difficult to explain. And so it invites a lot of speculation, which we shall probably do this evening, because there are some interesting facts and figures that come out of these megaliths that might indicate that something strange was going on. So we will have a look at that.
So if we just take a step back and remember the Himilayan zodiac. So there was no space travel back then, and so how did they know what the Earth looked like, and also how did they know about the angle of the Earth in this zodiac?
Yeah, well, they had an idea. Well, perhaps if viewers haven't seen this before, perhaps we ought to have a look at the Hamat zodiac.
Yes.
So if I do a quick share screen and choose that window and start sharing, now you should come up with a zodiac, if you can see it.
Yes.
That's on, is it? Good, excellent. Well, that's the Hamat zodiac. There's quite a few of these across Judea and Jordan. There's about 7, I think, have been found so far. And these are very early Jewish zodiacs. And as you can see, it's got the standard Greek format of all of the characters. If you can see my cursor there on the sort of top left, we've got Taurus, Aries, Pisces, Aquarius, Capricorn. So it's all the standard characters you will be familiar with in a zodiac. But this zodiac is in a synagogue. So if we look at the next, this is the mosaic that's just above the zodiac. And as you can see, it has all the accoutrements of Judaism because it's in a synagogue. So we have the menorah.
Sorry, I was going to say it's got that same red and blue interlacing that the other mosaic does as well.
Well, they're joined. If you look at the bottom, that's where the zodiac is. It's just it's the register below, as they say in mosaic terms.
Beautiful patterns, almost 3D.
Yeah, it's very well done, isn't it? I mean, this was a very expensive mosaic, and it's big as well. I mean, I'm just guessing because it's a long time since I've been there, but it's about 4 or 5 meters across. So it's not small, it's quite big. I mean, this was a whole dining room or assembly hall or whatever. But in this image, you can see this is the Temple of Jerusalem with the famous curtain that hung at the front of it. We've got the 2 menorah, the solid gold menorah, which were provided to the temple by Queen Helena of Edessa. We got the shofar, horn, and the plants. They always have these plants. They've got the lulav, I think they call it, the palm fronds, the abara minim, the 4 species. And then we've got the little shovel there on the right side.
Is there anything else extraordinary in terms of knowledge that, in addition to knowledge of the roundness of the Earth and the knowledge of gravity and the knowledge of latitude and the curve of the Earth?
That I've seen. So if we go back to the zodiac, the oddity that you're talking about is the central character. I mean, it's odd that we've got Helios in the center. I mean, this is a Jewish synagogue. You're not supposed to have idolatrous images, let alone a Greek sun god sitting in the middle of a zodiac. So that's odd to start with. But here is Helios, and in his hand, he's holding a sort of blue spherical Earth in his gravitational grasp. So it's quite obvious that they understood the heliocentric model of the solar system. I mean, this is Helios, and he's at the center. He's holding the Earth. It is the heliocentric system. And I had a few critics.
There's an old lecture I listened to by Manly Palmer Hall, and he was talking about Aton and Akhenaton, and he mentioned that their focus with the sun wasn't so much its radiation, like it's shining, but its actual gravity, its pulling effect, and that's why it had the hands that reached down and collected, which is kind of scientifically true if you think about how trees come up and reach up to the sky from the ground, sort of like the sun is pulling all of that energy up towards it, or the clouds, so to speak.
They also did venerate the radiation. We know that because they had Osiris beds in the tombs. So an Osiris bed is a wooden, sometimes stone, cut out in the image of Orion, cut out from a piece of wood. And what they used to do is fill it with seeds and then put it in the tomb. And of course, they would water it and the seeds would sprout. But the seeds would not turn green. They knew the difference. They knew that if you kept an Osiris bed in the tomb, it would not turn green. So they knew that the sun was essential for plant growth. So they did venerate that via the Osiris bed. But yes, they were obviously aware of gravity as well, because that's what Helios is doing here. And we know this is an Earth because if we zoom in, I need to increase the size of that a little bit. This is what he's holding. And as you can see, it's light on the left side and dark on the right side, which is exactly what a sphere would be. And the lines of latitude and longitude on it are curved, which would only happen if Helios was holding a sphere. So we know that this is Helios holding the Earth, and they knew it was blue. I suppose you could get that idea just by looking at the sea, and you know the seas are big. So they are blue. And they knew it was a sphere because if we go back into Greek history, we don't know what the Egyptians knew about this. But if we go back into Greek history, Eratosthenes calculated the size of the Earth. Now, he's 280 BC. That's quite a long time ago. And he calculated the diameter and circumference of the Earth by having a pole at Alexandria and a well down at Aswan. So when the sun was directly overhead the well at Aswan, he then measured the shadow angle of the pole at Alexandria and derived a difference in angle between those 2 points. And then he had a surveying team measure the distance between Aswan and Alexandria, which is not easy to do, if doing this by on foot and on cart and whatever, measuring all the way down to Aswan. And from that, he derived a circumference of the Earth, which is within 3% of the established circumference. So that wasn't too bad. That was pretty good. That was 280 BC. So the Greeks knew, because they could infer from that, you've got two different angles. you could infer directly that the Earth must be spherical. It cannot be flat, otherwise you wouldn't have those two different angles.
Now, at the same time, though, without confirmation, it seems rather presumptuous and confident of them to just put up a mosaic saying, "Yep, the Earth is round." So, yeah, it still presents the question: where did they get this image from? How were they so certain with their assumptions that the world was floating in space as a globe? Now, I've postulated to other people that all you have to do is look at the ancient myths, and the ancient myths tell you that they knew about it, but it still doesn't, like the egg of Mother Goose and things like that, the world egg, Nordic mythology, and we go on and on about it. But so where does this come from? And also, can we find examples of not the knowledge of the world being round in other places?
Well, I think we can. Now, this is again very speculative because people
going back even further than that.
Going back even further, yes. So if we have a look, I'll just share screen again because I came out of screen share. So if I start sharing again, so you should see a big green field come up. This is Avebury in England, on the plains of Wiltshire. And this is the largest henge in the world. And as you can see, it's got a whole village inside it. It's so big. I think it's about 500 meters across, so it's quite large. And right at the center, which is obviously the reason they built it there, is the Red Lion pub. So what they obviously did is they built the pub first, and then they built the henge around it, because that's the most important bit. So
I wonder if that's a nod to a constellation.
Yeah, the Red Lion, yes. So what is this henge? I mean, people have wondered about this for years and years, decades and decades. We've got this enormous ditch system. We've got these big megaliths. You can see just about on this lower left quadrant here, you can see some of these big megaliths. And they're big, they're 100 tons, some of these. They're very large. What were they trying to do with this henge? What were they trying to portray? Well, some people said it's defensive, but it's not defensive because the ditch and bank are around the wrong way. The ditch should be outside and the bank should be inside.
Well, wasn't it Dr. Stuckley who said that it was supposed to be a temple to the dragon, or otherwise known as Draconsha?
I think he was mentioning that because there are two avenues that snake out from either side. I can't see any reference myself to Draco and dragons, in looking at constellations and things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable thing to look at, to wonder if this is as above so below, the old adage, were they looking at constellations here? No, I don't think they were looking at constellations.
Yes.
And the reason why people can't see this is because they can't open their minds sufficiently. You've got to divorce yourself from classical archaeology and classical history, otherwise you cannot see this. But if you showed this to a 6-year-old, they would tell you exactly what this is, because they don't have any preconceptions. And a 6-year-old, if you show it in plan view, which we will look at in just 1 minute, they will know what this is, because if you look at it from above, it's an image of the Earth floating in space. If we quickly go back to the previous one, you can see there's a gate on the south, a gate in the north, there's a gate in the west, and there's a gate in the east. So it's divided up into 4 quadrants. It has an equator, it has an axis. And if you look at it from above, it is representative of the Earth. You can see the axis between the 2 east and west gates. You can see the axis on the north-south gates, and the whole of this henge is leaning 22.5 degrees from due north. Now, it's very easy to line things up with due north. I mean, it's dead easy. You just look at the pole star and, you know, send your team out, your surveying team, with a big pole and line them up with a pole star and say, right, okay, that's it. Or you can do a division on the sun. You can get the sunrise and the sunset, and that will give you your, join up the two, and that's your east-west. And then, of course, you can divide that and get your north-south. It's very easy to do, but they didn't. It's angled at 22.5 degrees. Why is that? Well, because the Earth is angled, the angle of obliquity, of about 22.5 degrees. Well, it's not now, it's 23.4. But that's interesting because, of course, the angle of obliquity changes. It's got a 40,000 year cycle to the angle of obliquity, and it changes actually by quite a lot. It's about nearly 3 degrees, from maximum to minimum. And that is interesting because if I mean, what we're saying here is that Neolithic man understood the form and shape of the Earth. Now that's difficult to start with. The form and shape of the Earth and the angle of obliquity, what it looked like floating in space. Did we mention these small circles before? I don't think we did we?
No, we haven't mentioned them yet.
Okay, that must have been on a different talk with someone else. Okay. So this northern circle has 26 stones, and it's got a sort of cove shape in the center. Well, it just so what we have is an Earth floating in space. So this is the northern hemisphere. This is the southern hemisphere. And okay, 2 times 26 is 52. So what could this element be in the center? Well, it looks like the center of Stonehenge, this cove shape in the middle of this circle. And of course, if on the real Earth, Stonehenge sits on the 52-degree parallel north, which is interesting.
I mean, can we just stop for a second and just take a moment to take a breath, because there's just so many questions. You said that this, I believe that this henge is earlier than even Stonehenge, right? As well?
They're roughly about the same sort of age and time. So yes.
Right. Would you like to carry on?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I've got that because I've got because I hadn't teed this one up. So what we have, if that is an image of Stonehenge in that northern circle, then it is being marked out by its line of latitude, 52 degrees north, which indicates that they could actually measure lines of latitude, which is difficult. Knowing the Earth is round is one thing, but knowing your actual latitude that you sit on is more difficult. But we know they could do that because the Giza pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Giza, sits on the 30-degree parallel north.
Isn't there a 52-degree angle in the Giza pyramid as well?
No, because it's dependent on pi, so it's not quite 52 degrees.
Okay.
It's actually a pi pyramid.
There's a 56 degree or a 52 degree or some sort of angle there. I think it might be 56 degrees, right?
No, one is 53 and the other is about 52. I'll have to look that up because one is based on the 3-4-5 triangle. That's the second pyramid. And the Great Pyramid is based upon the angle of pi, 22/7. And that's how you get the angle of the Great Pyramid. It's based on pi. What we're saying here is they not only knew the form and shape of the Earth, but they could measure lines of latitude. Well, if that one in the north is Stonehenge at 52 north. Oh, I was going to say they could measure lines of latitude, because if you want to know the latitude of Avebury, it's fairly easy to get. It's 360 degrees divided by 7 equals 51 degrees, 0.4286. And if you measure that line of latitude, it goes through the Red Lion pub in the center of Avebury. So Avebury is sitting on 1/7 of the diameter of the Earth's surface.
And that
exactly
that is this is something that comes up a lot in the Thoth book, is multiples of 7, even numbers which numerologically, and I know you probably don't want to get into that woo-woo kind of stuff, but numerologically they even make 7 as well. And this keeps coming back with these great megaliths.
7 was important because it's the denominator of pi. It's 22/7. Right. So if you're playing around with mathematics, you will know that 22/7 is special. So the number 7 is special. And this it's also really, special.
Sorry, I said this really comes to fruition. It like builds up and mounts up this language of mathematics of the ancients.
But it's also astronomical as well, because they understood that this mathematics was the formula that ran the solar system, that ran the cosmos, because the lunar month is 28 days, so 1 week is 7 days. Mm-hmm. And that is a division they had way back. I mean, it's in the Torah, they mention 7 days. Well, it was how long God took to make the universe, wasn't it? It was created in 7 days because it was 1 week, and they knew that 1 week was 7 days. So it's always been important. That's why it's called the Sabbath.
I have a quick question.
That's right.
You mentioned at the beginning that we run out of history, and that is kind of true. Once you go back to a certain point, there's less written records. I would ask you, how dramatic of a cutoff point is it? Is it like a cliff? Is it like you can go so far back in history and then it's like a cliff of
very much so,
point?
Yeah.
And
yeah, very much so. Anything before about the 15th dynasty in Egypt.
What year would you say?
About 2000 BC.
Okay.
Anything more than that, and we run into mythology quite quickly.
It almost makes me wonder that the people who were building these structures, did they have some sort of foresight, knowing that humanity would have to go through large spans of time where information would not be able to be passed down? And it was with that foresight, that knowing that, civilizations and cultures would be spending thousands of years without the ability to really pass down detailed records of events. And they decided that the only way to create a continuity for the distant future would be to build these long-lasting structures that had evidence of mathematical language in them, and then one day someone in the future would be able to discover that and say, hey, look, it wasn't cavemen, it was these really smart people back then.
Yeah, undoubtedly they were making megaliths made of megalithic stone because they would last a long time. Guaranteed that was the reason for it. And so their message wanted to go down not the centuries, but the millennia, or maybe the tens of millennia. That's why they made these
But
artifacts so durable.
if they had felt confident that written records would be taken care of and passed down, they may have not gone through the trouble. So
yeah, but any written record, I mean, what are you going to write it on? You're going to write it on papyrus or vellum. You know it's not going to last very long. If you want a message that's going to last the millennium, it's got to be done in stone. You know, there was no other material.
I think it's quite fascinating, actually, when Ralph talks about Avebury in his Thoth book. He brings up the story of the Stick of the Dump, a wild man, caveman story where these sort of pygmy aboriginals are involved in creating Avebury. Is that right?
Yeah, well, for people who don't know Stick of the Dump, it was a children's story which I was taught when I was a kid about this Neolithic caveman who came back in the 20th century, and of course, you know, created a bit of a sensation because he was Neolithic. And that is what they're trying to intimate was the builder of Avebury and Stonehenge was this, you know, Neolithic Stig of the Dump character. When if this character who built these marvelous artifacts understood the form and shape of the earth and could measure lines of latitude to an incredible accuracy, it's no longer Stig of the Dump. We're talking about a high civilization, or at least a high knowledge, not necessarily a high civilization, but a high level of knowledge. And especially when we go into this southern circle that we've not looked at yet. So we've got two circles, one in the northern hemisphere on Avebury and one in the southern hemisphere. Now, if we're talking about lines of latitude, the southern circle has 29 stones. 2 times 29 is 58. Okay, so it's indicating that perhaps we want to find this artifact on the 58 parallel south. And it's not marked very well here, but the main thing that was inside this circle was a crescent shape. So it looked like an inverted C, a back to front C. And so what we're looking for is something in the southern hemisphere on the 58 parallel south that looks like a backwards C. And I was thinking for a long, long time, you know, what sort of megaliths do we have in the southern hemisphere? We don't really have many of them. You know, South America, South Africa. On the 50, we're talking a long way south here. We're talking Argentina. We're talking South Africa, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And we don't really have megaliths down there. So what on earth is it pointing at?
And I find it fascinating as well that, you know, as you said, that this knowledge coming from the Stone Age, going from that image of Avebury, but you could just look at it, it was transferred from the Stone Age to the Hammer de Vera Zodiac.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, that is the next thing to speculate, isn't it? But going back to this C shape that's in the south, you should see a big blue picture. Is that correct?
We see that, yes.
Okay, that's the South Atlantic. So on the top left is Argentina. You can't quite see it. It's just off the screen. On the bottom left is Antarctica, the Antarctic Peninsula. On the far left is the Falkland Islands, way down in the South Atlantic. And there's this strange structure. There is a tectonic plate that has forced its way between South America and Antarctica. And you get this big finger of this tectonic plate, which has shoved its way into the South Atlantic. It's almost like the penis of the South sort of thing, just jutting out into the Atlantic. And at the end of it, you will see a C shape of islands. So let's zoom in on those a little bit more. and
Interesting.
it looks like that. So we've got this big C shape of
Found our moon.
islands. Yeah, just sitting there, and it's almost sort of, it's almost a circle like Avebury there as well. But the really interesting thing is that the 58 parallel south goes right through the middle of those islands. So it really does sit on the 58 parallel south. And so was that what they're indicating? Because if so, it now means that on Avebury, they not only could measure something in the northern hemisphere, but they had been down to the southern hemisphere and discovered the South Sandwich Islands. They're known as the South Sandwich Islands. It's one of the British islands that are still knocking around the various oceans. They could go down to the south, discover the South Sandwich Islands, and measure their line of latitude and put them on the image of Avebury. That's a high level of technology to do that. I mean, that was not possible. We didn't do it until the 19th century. So that's the level of technology you need to go and actually physically do that.
And you didn't guess any of this either. You looked at Avebury. You looked at the measurements of Avebury.
So yeah, they've an incredible amount of technology if this is what they understood. And the interesting thing is we can do the same for Stonehenge. This is not a one-off. You see, a lot of people will just say, oh, coincidence, you know, but I can do this for Avebury. I can do it for Stonehenge.
Yeah.
I can do it for the Great Pyramid. So I think the likelihood of coincidence gets less and less. And we can do it with Stonehenge with precession. So here we're looking at obliquity, the tilt angle of the Earth, but the Earth also wobbles on its axis. So this is an image of the wobble. So that's the Earth on the bottom right with its axis pointing out, and that axis goes round in a big circle. So that Earth is not pointing in the right position at present. It should be pointing up the top here at Polaris. So that Earth, it's interesting because this gives you a date. Because this circle, this big yellow circle on the top left of this image, is a 26,000 year circle. So you can get a date from this. And that angle of obliquity we were looking at before, if we go back to Avebury, this tilt angle of Avebury, that is a 40,000 year cycle, the change in angle as it goes backwards and forwards. So if you're building this construction here at Avebury and you give it a specific angle of 22.5 degrees, because that represents the angle of obliquity at that time, it also gives us a date. So that might be the reason for actually encoding this in your megalith, because you are inscribing the date writ large on your monument, so that anyone in the future can come and have a look at it and say, I know when that was built.
Like a snapshot in time.
Absolutely, yeah. Because we know how the angle of obliquity changes. That was calculated by Pierre Lascar in the 2004, I think was his last one. And he calculated it back 25 million years. So it's a nice regular metronome. And so we know the angle exactly where it will be in the past. And as I say, it's not 22.5 now, it's 23.4. So we can work backwards, and we'll do that in a minute to find out what dates that it gives us. But Stonehenge does this instead. So
yeah,
instead of obliquity, it's giving us precession, which is the wobble of the Earth. And so this wobble goes round in this big circle around the ecliptic pole. Now, currently, we're up here at Polaris, and then it'll go all the way down here in 13,000 years, and then it'll go all the way back again in another 13,000 years. So again, we're talking about a dating mechanism. But I think this is what they're doing, what they're trying to draw within the Stonehenge monument. So if we put Stonehenge alongside this, so at Stonehenge, not looking at the stone monument, that's a bit of a distraction, but looking at the henge around it, the ditch and bank system around it, this ditch and bank system has two smaller henges, one here in the top and one here at the bottom. You can see them. And so we've got a big, the cosmos, the big circle. And if you regard Stonehenge as being the Earth, then we've got smaller henges to the north and south. We've got smaller circles to the north and south of the Earth. And if you look at the Earth, that's exactly what the Earth describes in its movements of precession. You'll get these circles, which is where the axis of the Earth is pointing to, in the north and in the south. And if you draw this on a map, that's exactly what you'll draw. You will draw the Earth with two circles, one above, one below, which are the precessional circles. And that's exactly what we appear to have at Stonehenge. More than that, we can actually measure how big these are, because the size of this yellow circle, this precessional circle, depends upon the obliquity of the Earth. You know, it grows and it shrinks as the angle of the Earth changes. And at Stonehenge, we can calculate exactly how big this is. You can't see them, but there are a load of Avebury holes around it. Someone has dug in the very ancient past a whole load of holes which serve no purpose. I think there's 56 of them. And they're known as the Avebury holes, and they're just like big post holes, but they never seem to have held a stone or a tree or anything like that. It's just a load of holes dug into the chalk. Nobody knows why they're there, but of course they will allow you to calculate the size of these circles in the north and south of Stonehenge. And they happen to be exactly 3.5 Avebury holes in diameter. And I think it's 56. So if we get 56, 360 divided by 56 times 3.5 equals 22.5 degrees. Exactly. You can do it. If you've got a quick calculator, anyone, 360 degrees divided by 56 holes times 3.5, and it gives you 22.5 degrees.
Wow.
These yellow ovals have contact with the yellow line at the ends. And
Yes.
if you were to measure the degree of angle between that point of contact and obviously from the center of this entire Stonehenge there to the midpoint of the oval where the little white arrows are pointing, would that render a degree as well that's relevant?
22.5 degrees. Exactly.
And that is it. Wow. So they put the figure in there in two different ways.
Yes, absolutely. Now the way they did it, is because, well, I mean, this drawing, as it were, is all a little bit rough, and so the way they did it is mathematical. They drew another Pythagorean triangle. Before they laid out Stonehenge, they laid out 4 stones in a square or an oblong, which were the station stones. And they did so because the whole of Stonehenge is aligned with this rectangle that they made first of all. And two of the stones go right in the center of those small circles. So the rectangle and the small circles are coincident with each other. Okay,
Something
so this
We got
this
it.
should be a page in my book, and this is an image of Stonehenge. Okay, so you can't see the stone in the center of it. This is the ditch and bank system that goes around the outside, and the circles above and below, they're the small circles that we're talking about, the processionary circles, and the rectangle is, well, it goes, well, you can see the rectangle there, touches the ends of the Stonehenge henge. Now, those, if you divide them in two, you get two triangles, and those two triangles are Pythagorean. They are 5, 12, 13 Pythagorean triangles. And the angle, the acute angle that creates is, do I have it here? I think it's 22.5 degrees. Take me too long to find it, but you'll have to take my word for it. The angle on a 5, 12, 13 triangle is 22.5 degrees. So yes, it agrees. And as you say, they were doing this in two different fashions so that you would get confirmation, because it could be unbelievable, you know, that this is what's actually there. And so it's much better if you can get confirmation by having two different methodologies to go and find.
Yeah, if you were just saying that it was the holes and the fact that there were 3.5 holes, I would have been like, maybe. But seeing as how there's two separate confirmations, that's pretty solid, you know.
And we've got the same as Avebury. So Avebury down the road is giving the same result. And so it's indicating that the angle of obliquity of the Earth was 22.5 degrees. And that's interesting because, as I was saying before, that might give us a date. So if we look at the graph for the dates, this is a graph of the angle of obliquity from Lascar in his calculations. So along the bottom, we've got years before present, with 0 here on the sort of right side, going all the way back 100,000 years on the left side. And up the left side here, on the y-axis, we have angle of obliquity, the tilt angle of the Earth, going all the way from 22 degrees up to 25 degrees. And the blue line, of course, the wavy blue line, that is the angle of obliquity as we go back in number of years before present. And so in the center, you can see the purple line is modern obliquity, 23.4 degrees. So if we look at the 0 here, can you see my cursor going up and down?
Yes.
Okay, if we look at the 0, which is today's date, and go upwards, that gives us today's modern obliquity of 23.4 degrees. Now, Stonehenge and Avebury are not at 23.4 degrees. So we have to go back in the past. So we follow the blue line, and the first time the blue line comes to 22.5 is 24,000 years ago. And then
Wow.
the next time, yeah, so it's a long time, a lot older than we think for these monuments. The next one is 34,000 years ago. And there's no way of telling which of these sine waves is the correct one, because it's this sine wave carries on forever back for millions of years. So we've no way of telling whether we want the first instance or the second or the third. So if we go back to the third incidence, which is here, it's 66,000 years ago. And you have to have some way of deciding, you know, okay, so which one do we choose? Now, the only way I found a method of doing this, and I'm not sure if it's entirely correct, is by comparing the output with the data I got from Giza, from the Great Pyramid, because you can do the same sort of thing with Giza. And the only time, because Giza runs on precession, so it's not running on obliquity, the calculation for Giza is via precession. And those two different cycles, because they're two different lengths, obliquity is 40,000 years, precession is 26,000 years. The only time those two...
This sine wave that we're looking at right here is obliquity, and that
yes,
every wave motion is 40,000 years on this,
yep.
Right?
Yes, you can see between the crests, or the bottom here is, so we got 30,000 back 70,000, so there's a 40,000 year gap between those two. But the only time that the precession and the obliquity matches for Stonehenge, Avebury, and Giza is here at 66,000 years ago. Now that's a long time ago.
Giza's running on precession, which would have a different sine wave that goes 26,000 years.
Indeed, yeah. And so you get these two waves meshing with each other, and the only time they sort of match is 66,000 years ago. I did wonder if that is even possible, because that's an awful long time ago. The first thing I had to look at with Stonehenge and Avebury is, what about the Ice Age? Because we were in the slap bang in the middle of the Ice Age at that point. But as it happens, the ice sheets in Britain never got to Wiltshire. They stopped in Cheshire. They stopped around Birmingham, just north of Birmingham, halfway up the centre of Britain. So the ice sheets never got as far as Stonehenge and Avebury. And so these monuments would not have been destroyed by the Ice Age, the ice sheets. So all of the smaller henges that you see up in Scotland, and some of them in Ireland and things of that nature, all of those smaller henges have to be later than 15,000 years ago, because otherwise they would have been under the ice, they'd have been crushed by the ice, they would have been destroyed. So all of those smaller henges that you see must be younger than 15,000 years. Maybe younger than 12,000 years. But these ones down here, they could have survived. Now, you couldn't really live here at this time because the weather would have been very inclement. It would have been like living up in, near the Arctic Circle in northern Canada or something like that, only 100 miles from the ice sheets, so the weather wouldn't have been very good for living. But during the summer, you could visit them quite happily, because, well, as we know, if you go up into northern Canada during the summer, you've got 24-hour sunshine, it's very warm, and you've got a proliferation of life. You've got all of the reindeer up there, and all the fish and the birds and everything. There's plenty of food for people to live during the short summer season, but you just wouldn't want to stay there during the winter, so you'd have to run back down to France or Spain for the winter. But if these monuments were there, you could certainly go on a pilgrimage during the spring and come back in the autumn, like doing the Hajj. Once in your lifetime you go up and visit these northern monuments. You could very easily do that. It wouldn't take you that long. It would take you about a month maybe to walk up from France, So yeah, it's possible.
If the ice sheet didn't reach Wiltshire, then perhaps Avebury's also marking a place where the ice sheet stopped. Where
it's quite possible. But it means that they could have been here for quite some time. You then have to decide, could such a monument last 60,000 years? The stones could, they're made of sarsen. Sarsen is almost impregnable. So no reason why the stones couldn't last 60,000 years. The henge itself is more problematic, but if this is a temple site and it had a priesthood, then people would be looking after it. And so if you had a clearing operation once a century, once a generation maybe, or once a century, cleaning out the bottom of the ditch and repiling the earth on the bank, then of course this ditch and bank system could have lasted that amount of time. It only started silting up when people were not using Avebury as a religious site. So yeah, if it was tended, if there was a priesthood looking after it, yes, of course it could have lasted that long.
And of course, and of course, we know that the pyramids were maintained as well in ancient Egypt, weren't they?
Yeah, because they are covered in repair blocks. If you look in my Thoth book and the K2 book, K2 Quest of the Gods, the only pyramid that still has all its cladding stones on is the Bent Pyramid. But and I was there just back in October. I was down there at Dashur, and all around the whole of this pyramid, there are repair blocks. Someone has been around the pyramid taking out all of the stones have different strength qualities, and you get inclusions, you get cracks, you get all sorts of defects. Someone has been around and cut out all of those defects very, very neatly with nice square shapes and put in repair blocks. So someone at some point has covered the whole of that pyramid with scaffolding, because it's very high, of course. So that would be a job and a half just putting the scaffolding up, and then had artisans go around repairing all of that pyramid. And what I've said in my book is I think that Snefru, because this pyramid is dedicated to Snefru, I think he was the guy who repaired the pyramid, not the guy who actually built it.
Mm.
And that would push the date for that pyramid way back into the past, because Snefru, let's call it about 2400 BC, so 4,400 years ago. If he was repairing it and the pyramid still looks in reasonable condition today, it must have existed for a large number of thousands of years before it required any repairs. At least double, maybe treble. So if it's lasted 4,000 years since the repair job, then its build date might be 8,000 years ago or 12,000 years ago. We don't know, but it has been repaired. So yeah, that puts a different spin on.
It does. So talking about pyramids, and I think you already know what I'm going to talk about now. Yeah, there's a cone-shaped mound in the south of England in the vicinity of the Avebury landscape called Silbury Hill. What's special about Silbury Hill? Can you tell us how you came upon this discovery and why it led you discovering more about the Giza pyramids in relation to Avebury and Stonehenge?
Yeah. So this is the picture. We should have a picture of this hill on the screen. And this is Silbury Hill, which is just down by Avebury. And it sort of struck me that we had a pattern within the I'm trying to think what I actually said about it, but we're talking about cosmology here. Avebury is the Earth, Stonehenge is connected with the Earth, and we've got this Silbury Hill. And if you join them up, you can get a nice processional pattern, very much the same as we get at Giza. So at Giza, if you draw a line from Giza from the Great Pyramid down to Dashur, and there are two pyramids at Dashur, down to the Red Pyramid and Bent Pyramid. Well, we get the same sort of pattern when we're looking at Avebury, Silbury, and Stonehenge. And so that made me think that maybe this was part of some grand scheme. The problem is that Silbury is maybe not as old as the other monuments. So when they put a shaft down through the bottom of it, they were bringing out grass that had been put in the center of Silbury Hill when they were using turfs to make the initial mound. And that was indicating that it wasn't quite as old as Avebury and Stonehenge, especially if we're trying to take this back 66,000 years. So I'm not entirely sure if this is correct. And also we have a fascination with these hills in many different places with many different civilizations. So this is the Silbury Hill. Now, in my New Testament studies, I talk about Edessa because I say the biblical royal family came from Edessa, the Principality of Edessa in northern Syria, and that the monarchy of Edessa started the Jewish revolt. And that is what the New Testament is talking about. The revolt that it's talking about all the time was the Jewish revolt, which was started by the Edessans. Well, as it happens, if you go to Edessa, as I say in northern Syria, it's now in Anatolia, the city has a necropolis, as most of these cities did, and it has a necropolis of the royalty. So it has a royal necropolis, which is about 20 kilometers away towards the southeast, which is known as Sogmatar. And at Sogmatar, you have a copy of Silbury Hill.
Wow.
And it happens to be exactly the same size and exactly the same slope angle. And it's exactly the same pretty much. You know, I measured them on a map and they came out at the same size. So this is Sogmatar, which is, as I say, just southeast of Edessa. And this is the necropolis of the Edessan monarchs. Now, for the Edessan monarchs, we're talking 1st century here. So we're talking 2,000 years ago. We're not talking thousands and thousands of years ago, tens of thousands. This hill probably, we don't know, of course, because it's very difficult to date hills, probably is 1st century. I mean, it could be older. Maybe they discovered it and used it as their necropolis because it was already here in the landscape. I don't know. More work is required to find out how old this particular mound is, but it struck me as being interesting because these ancient peoples liked these mounds. I think these are vestigial pyramids. Everybody knew that the pyramids were the great wonder of the ancient world, you know, even thousands of years ago. Everybody wanted to have a pyramid, just as everybody wanted to have an Avebury. So we have an Avebury henge, and you go around England and Scotland and Ireland, and you'll find loads and loads of small communities have made their own copy, as it were, of Avebury. They've made their own henges because they couldn't make an Avebury henge, it's just too big. So they made a small one. Just as every small town in Britain made their own cathedral. They couldn't build a big one, so they made a little chapel or a church. Same idea, they just copy it. And I think this is what they're doing with these mounds, because these mounds are ubiquitous around these regions. They were trying to copy the pyramids. They couldn't make a big pyramid, so they made one of these mounds. And some of these mounds are huge. This one Looks like something out of a sci-fi film, doesn't it? From what was that place in America they used? Was it Devil's Tower or
Yeah,
something?
Devil's
Mountain.
Tower,
Yeah.
right? For
Well, this one's in Jerusalem.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
That one, yes. This one's just south of Jerusalem. It's known as Tekoa, or
The only thing that's missing on it, the only thing that's missing on it is the basaltic columns.
Yes. Yes, we should have some of those. Well, it's not basaltic, I'm afraid. This one's limestone. But this is half man-made. Now, if you visit this, which I've done on a couple of occasions, and read the tourist literature, it'll say it's man-made. It's not, because this is huge. I mean, it's bigger than the Great Pyramid. It's actually a natural mesa, which is like you see in Nevada and so on, these pinnacles of rock. And someone has sculpted it in order to become conical. So this is half natural, half man-made, and they've sculpted it into this conical shape because they wanted it to look like a pyramid. And it had a castle on the top of it and a temple and whatever on the top of it. This was the palace of Herod the Great, just south of Jerusalem, known as Herodium. That's right, was its other name, or Tekoa. And we have quite a few of these. This one is the hill of Midas, or Gordian. So this is in Turkey, Anatolia. This was a king Midas, the famous King Midas, who turned things into gold. This is actually a tomb. So unlike the other ones, which we're not quite sure what they're for, this one is actually a tomb, and it had the tomb of Midas or Gordian is in the center of it. This one's interesting. This is Smemis. This is in Syria, just south of Damascus, near Homs and Hama. And this is a volcano. Because
Okay.
all of that region used to be volcanic. I mean, this is an ancient volcano. Of course, it's millions of years old. It's not been active recently. But again, they've sculpted it into a conical shape because they wanted to make it more like a pyramid. And of course, you can see a castle on the top of it. So it was a defensive position as well. And someone's put welcome on the bottom as well.
Have you ever seen the film called She from way back? And in it, the ancient cult that the film's about, they reside in a palace, in a city within a volcano, and immediately that film came back to me. I think it's a Hammer horror film.
Sounds like James Bond, yes. And then if we go to the tomb of Cleopatra, this is in Libya. So this is Cleopatra Selene. This is the daughter of the famous Cleopatra. And she married a prince of North Africa. And this is their tomb in Libya. And again, they made it conical to look like all of these other conical tombs. So round the bottom, which the Great Pyramid effectively is round as well, because it's the mathematical formula for a circle. And then this conical roof on it. So they all had this fascination with pseudo pyramids. And I think they were all trying to imitate these pyramids because they couldn't make one themselves. It's far too difficult to make a pyramid. And so they were imitating them. This is because...
could that also be like a way for pledging allegiance to Egypt, so to speak? Because if they didn't at least see themselves as like on friendly terms with them, then they wouldn't want to. I mean, if like they were enemies of Egypt, then would they still want to have a pyramid type thing going on?
I think it's more saluting the culture and saluting the knowledge that they had in that region. They knew the Great Pyramid was special, and therefore they wanted to copy it, because it was not only special in mathematical terms, of course, it was sacred, because this was the sacred language of the gods, was mathematics. And this is the Great Pyramid, and that had sacred knowledge in it, because that is a pi pyramid. Did we talk about the metrology of the Great Pyramid before? I'm not sure if we did.
This is how I was going to ask you about Silbury Hill first, and its metrology, the Zill rod and the Zill yard.
Yeah, except that's not so convincing, because it's a bit too rough, you know. It's not a perfect circle, and so it's not so convincing as the Great Pyramid. This is more convincing because this is a 22/7 pyramid to the nearest 4 centimeters. I mean, we're talking supremely accurate here. There is no mistaking that this pyramid is based on pi. More than based on pi, it's based on the formula for a circle. So it's 2 pi r. That's how you get the dimensions of this pyramid. And more than that, it's multiplied by 40. So it's a 40 times multiple of pi. And that's why we get all of these mentions of number 40 in the Tanakh, in the Old Testament. Because if you had been initiated into the mysteries of the pyramids, then one of the mysteries you would have been told is that it was a 40 times multiple of pi. So you would encode that in your lifetime. So you would have a reign of 40 years, or a life of 40 years, or you would have 40 days and nights in the wilderness, or you would have 40 years in the Sinai Peninsula. It was a sign of initiation that you knew the secrets of the Great Pyramid. This is where this mates with my theological research. It's all one part of the other, because the other big mystery is talking about 40 years in the Sinai Peninsula, looking for Mount Sinai. How on earth did the Israelites lose their sacred mountain? Well, they didn't. And we know that because if you look at the attributes of Mount Sinai, it's pretty obvious where it is. So Mount Sinai was on the edge of the desert. It was sharp. It was difficult to climb. It was the tallest mountain in the region, but it was small enough that you could cordon it off because it was sacred. You're not allowed to touch it. So you could put a fence around the bottom to stop people touching it. It had a cave inside it where God lived. And at the bottom of it, there was a stone pavement that was black or blue, and it looked like the night sky. So where is Mount Sinai? Well, we're looking at it. This is Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai is the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And of course, it suits all of the attributes. It is sitting on the edge of a desert. It is sharp. It is difficult to climb. It's the largest mountain, the largest pyramid in the whole of Egypt. It has a cave inside it where God was supposed to live. And that cave was always open. We know that because Strabo mentions it in the 2nd century BC. He says there is a stone on the north side that you can lift up, and there is a shaft that goes down to the basement. It's obvious that he knew the entrance to the Great Pyramid. And on the eastern side, at the very bottom of the Great Pyramid, there is the black basalt pavement, which was smooth and looked like the night sky. So it's pretty obvious that the Israelites' Mount Sinai was the Great Pyramid. And therefore the other ones, Mount Horeb and Mount Hor, are the second pyramid and the third pyramid. We're talking about a culture that was venerating the pyramids here. Nothing to do with some craggy rock out in the Sinai Peninsula. We're talking about a people from Egypt who were venerating these sacred mountains in Egypt itself. That's when my theological research matches with my megalithic research, which is all very interesting. And I think you posted me a quote from Josephus, which might mention these as well.
Yes.
What did it say? I don't have that in front of me.
I have it in front of me. I'll bring it up, and it says, "Now this Seth, when he was brought up and came to those years in which he could discern what was good, became a virtuous man, and as he was himself of an excellent character, so did he leave his children behind him who imitated his virtues." We'll carry on a little bit from there. "They also were the inventors of that peculiar sort of wisdom which is concerned with the heavenly bodies and their order, and that their inventions might not be lost before they were sufficiently known. Upon Adam's prediction that the world was to be destroyed at one time by the force of fire, and at another time by the violence and quantity of water, they made two pillars, the one of brick, the other of stone. They inscribed their discoveries on them both, that in case the pillar of brick should be destroyed by the flood, the pillar of stone might remain, and exhibit those discoveries to mankind, and also inform them that there was another pillar of brick erected by them. Now this remains in the land of Syria to this day."
Yeah, this is from the works of Josephus. This is in the first chapter almost of his Genesis story, basically, within the works of Josephus Flavius. And what he's talking about here, he's talking about pillars, of course, but that's a poor translation. It's actually a mastaba. And a mastaba can be a pillar, but a mastaba, of course, is a pyramid as well. So I think he's talking about pyramids, one made of stone and one made of brick, upon which the knowledge of the world was inscribed. And so this is the pyramid of brick. This is one of the ziggurats from Sumeria. And this is a model of it. This is what it sort of looks like today. Most of it gone because it was made of mud brick, of course, but it was a substantial pyramid in its day. And of course, we don't know what was inscribed upon this one because it's mostly melted away. But this was the pyramid of brick, and this was the pyramid of stone. And of course, it does have information inscribed on it. It has pi. It has the formula for a circle. Inside
Could you go into that a little bit more, please?
Yeah. So what do we have? We have 22 over 7 multiplied by 40. So 7 times 40 is 280, which is the height of the pyramid in cubits. And 22 times 40 should be 880. Yes, 880, which is half of the circumference of the pyramid, and multiply by 2, because the formula for a circle is 2 pi r. So you have to multiply pi by 2 to get the circumference, and we get 1,760 cubits, royal cubits, what I call the Thoth cubit, around the base. So the height and the circumference of the Great Pyramid are 2 pi r times 40, because it's a 40 times copy of 2 pi r. And this is interesting because well, a couple of things we can get from this. Well, the first thing is we're still using, or America is still using this system even today. So the circumference of the pyramid is 1,760 cubits, and the mile, imperial mile in America, is 1,760 yards. This is why you can't see what this is all about if you measure the pyramid in feet or if you measure it in meters, because the result you get doesn't mean anything. But if you measure it in cubits, it's 1,760 cubits, which is the same as the imperial mile in terms of its metrology. The actual distance is slightly different. But we still use this system today. It's a pi-based system, and it's based on the number 22, 22 over 7. And so all of the imperial measures are something to do with pi. So the mile is 40 times 22, but times 2 as well. The furlong, which anyone who's interested in horse racing, a furlong is used in horse racing, is 220 yards. That's 10 times pi. A chain, you don't play cricket in America, but anyway, in Britain and India, we play cricket, and a cricket pitch is 1 chain in length, which is 22 yards. That's pi, 22 over 7. And then the odd one is a rod, and a rod measurement is 5.5 yards. Why on earth would you want a metrological system with a unit of 5.5 in it? That has forced a lot of people within the industry, within metrology, to scratch their heads because they don't know why they were using a 5.5 yard rod. Well, it's a quarter of pi, isn't it? It's a quarter of 22.
There's a very special reason, isn't there?
Yeah. So the imperial measurement system isn't a jumbled mess of different figures that nobody understands it. It's a pi-based measurement system. And the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, is a pi-based pyramid. All of the internal dimensions have these same units. It has the rod length especially, 5.5 cubits to the rod is used extensively within the Great Pyramid.
And this metrology, this metric scale that you just suggested, it seems as if that only the elect, that those who were initiated into these mysteries, were taught this metrological system.
You would have to be initiated in a secret society into the cosmology and metrology of the Great Pyramid. And that's why you would mention the number 40 in your biography. And you might mention 7 because it's symbolically 7 units high. The Great Pyramid is 7 units high. And so you might have, like in masonry, the 7 steps up to the top of the pillar and things of that nature. The number 7 becomes important because of that. And then in the Bible, we have a similar comment, which is about the Tower of Babel, which is related to this. So in Genesis 11:1, it says, the earth was of one language, and they said to one another, let's build a city and a tower, that it may reach unto heaven. And the Lord saw the city and the tower, which the children had built. And the Lord said, the people are all united, and they have one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will stop them. Nothing can restrain their imagination, I think it says.
This was going to be one of Caleb's questions, actually.
Well, we were answering it.
That's right.
So when it goes on to say, so let's go down and confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. Therefore, the name of the town and the tower was called Babel, because the Lord did confound the language of the earth, and so it became known as the Tower of Babel. Babel meaning to confuse is what it's supposed to say. But I don't think it actually means that, because all of this comes out of Egypt. The Tower of Babel is in Egypt. We can see it here. I think this comes straight out of the Egyptian language, because it is this. This is Egyptian hieroglyphs for confusion, which is so the boot is a B. The mouth sort of symbol is an R, or
wow.
It became an L later. So we get bur or bell.
That's
Babel.
incredible.
But even better than that, it also means pyramid. So it's bur or bell, which is the word for a pyramid in Egypt. So the Tower of Babel is just a pyramid. It's an Egyptian pyramid.
And that cross, it reminded me of St. Andrew's cross, which again reminds me of the world's lines of longitude when it's on an angle. But
Yes.
But this
and you can see the pyramid on the end here. This is a determinative, and it shows you what the word means. That's why it's got a pyramid on the end of it. Because it means pyramid.
Babel, and you have the two, you have the 2 feet and the 2 mouths, and the split again, the two between the languages.
And it also means Great Pyramid in a way, because if you have a duplication in Egyptian language, it means big. So you didn't say the Great Pyramid, you just said pyramid, because a duplication meant it was very big, and so bell means
2 pyramids.
Yeah, it means the Great Pyramid. So yeah.
I when you were talking about pi being incorporated into the design of the Great Pyramid, I thought, so even the design of the Great Pyramid suggests a secret circle.
Yes, it is a circle squared.
It's like a circle within the tower, like a secret. Yeah, I was thinking metaphorically, as in like a secret circle of men as well.
Oh, I see. Yes, you can have that. But you've got the old adage of the circle squared, and it is the circle squared.
Yeah, I was wondering how it might connect to sort of like the secret handshake idea, where Freemasons are said to have, in times past, used certain phrases like, "Are you on the level?" Or "Are you going to treat me fair and square?" Where they could stand in a certain way, maybe have a certain posture or a certain really subtle hand signal that they could do right in front of everybody, but it would be so subtle that only other people who are members of the Freemasons would pick up on it. And that would signal to the other the other Freemasons that okay, that's one of our brotherhood guys. So so say they use this in court. So they're said to like use this in court if something wasn't going their way in a court case, they might slip in one of these little phrases into what they were saying to signal to other people in the court, that they were a member of the Freemasons. So that way they would jump in and sort of help sway things in his favor or whatnot. But, you just talked about the circle and the pyramid doesn't look like a circle, but it obviously refers to one. And the Knights Templars, when they were trying to survive the persecutions back in the early 1300s, one of their little things was how they knew if somebody else they were talking to was actually another member. Is that they would take two sticks and use them as what do you call it, a compass, and then they would draw a circle on the ground. And it's just one of those things that signals like, hey, yeah, I'm one of these members. And it all seems to link to this knowledge, which if there was only one source of teaching to teach people all of these mathematical secrets and everything, that easily could have been transferred into a system of covert communication and signals for signal communications and security codes, so to speak, for verifying that somebody else was indeed part of society or brotherhood. Because you think about all of these really huge, massive wars and things that happened thousands of years ago, like the Punic Wars and the Gallic Wars and these wars between Persia and Rome. But all of these different, conflicts, you wonder if there were people on both sides who were still able to, and they speak about this in modern, more recent history with the Freemasons, that regardless of these big spectacles of wars and things between countries, that the Freemasons kind of still have a little bit of leeway to be on both sides of a conflict. How much of that do you think happened even in remotely ancient times?
Well, I mean, the priesthood would keep this very close to their chest, of course, all the way through history. So yes, you've always had secret societies, because that's the only way to keep these. It's the only way to keep your power base going. Remember, your power comes from these secrets quite often. You have secrets that other people cannot even dream of. You can predict eclipses and things of that nature. So you can really sort of amaze people with your knowledge of the cosmos, and that's very powerful. So yes, they always had secret societies. I mean, Jesus himself.
That could also be another useful thing too. Say, if you were going to try to get into the court of, say, a foreign kingdom, and you showed up to the gates, and they're like, "Well, who are you?" And like, "Well, I'm this important person here. Let me talk to the king." They'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here! You know, who are you? You're nobody." And then you say, "Oh yeah, well, there's going to be an eclipse tomorrow." They go back and check, and there's like, "Oh yeah, he's right. So he must be somebody."
That's what they often did, and they often did healing as well. That's why you see Jesus doing healing, because that was another method of proving that you were semi-divine. But Jesus, of course, was not a carpenter; he was a Freemason. The word they use in the New Testament is a tekton, which means an architect. But this wasn't an operative architect. He was a speculative architect. He was a Freemason. And that's why the raising of Lazarus is a third-degree raising. It's exactly the same as any third-degree raising today. Is exactly the same. That's why Lazarus comes out of the tomb hoodwinked. So, which is exactly what happens during the third-degree initiation today. So yes, he was a part of a secret society. That's why he was always speaking in parables, as he said, unto them it is not given, but unto you it is given. The disciples were supposed to have secret knowledge, which the laity did not have. Everything was spoken on 2 or 3 levels, because it was a secret sort of society. Have you got an image of just come up of Great Pyramid mathematics?
I have. Can I just say something first?
Yeah, sure.
Something that struck me with the ancient Egyptian imagery of their gods is that they often are holding rods. And you mentioned rods before, and Caleb was talking about customs and things that were passed down. We see images of these gods holding rods, and then I thought about the Morris dancers of England, and I thought about the way that everybody's looked at those dances like they're a fertility ritual, to herald in the coming of May and spring, which is fair enough. I concede on that. It could be just that. But I think there's something else going on with those rods when they're crossing them and clapping them, and almost like as if they're reaching out to measure things. And
it could well be. They've had, I mean, Morris dancing is supposed to come from Moorish dancing. So it was supposed to have come out of the East. So it could well have something to do with that. There could be some deeper meaning to these dances. I mean, you can see it with the whirling dervish as well. If you look at a whirling dervish and you have a whole party of them whirling around and around with their big skirts that fill out into a big circle, and they're always leaning when they do it, they look like planets whirling around, leaning to one side. They look like they are planets whirling in space. Now, I don't know if that is supposed to be the symbolism, but it looks awfully similar to me. And so, yes, this secret information could be held within something as simple as a dance, very much so. And this is just a diagram of the difference between the Great Pyramid and pi. So on the left we have pi, 7, 11. Well, remember you've got 4 sides to a pyramid, and you just multiply that by 40, and you end up with the size of the Great Pyramid. So the Great Pyramid is 280 high, 440 along the base. That's why the Great Pyramid is a 40 times copy of pi, or more accurately, a 40 times copy of 2 pi r, the formula for a circle. So, yeah, and that's just a quick summary of the mathematics we were talking about. So the circumference is 1,760 cubits. A furlong is 220 cubits or yards. A chain is 22, and a rod is 5.5. So that's the metrological system that they were using. And then we go down into the star shaft pointing theory. Did we talk about this before?
No,
Maybe
we haven't
not.
talked. No.
Okay, I must have been doing this talk with another channel, because I was talking about this
nutrient
recently.
health and well-being.
I can't remember. I've been doing so many recently. It's been very busy.
I have noticed though that when it comes to this research, there hasn't been too many talks on it, and
No,
I think it
for a
has the
long
potential. Sorry, go
yeah,
on.
for a long time I wouldn't do it because it conflicted too much with my theological research, which I wanted to keep more mainstream. And if you talk about this, then people will just say conspiracy, crackpot, tinfoil hat, all the rest of it. And so I tended to keep this a little bit secret. And so
Which
I've not
is entirely
advertised it too
understandable.
much. Yeah, which is a shame because it's interesting stuff. I mean, everything I say here is true. Now, my interpretation might not be the same as other people's interpretations, but the basic data, underlying data that I give is true. So you've just got to decide for yourselves who is making or giving the best interpretation. And this is a classic piece of this interpretation, was the star shaft pointing theory, because you'll see this in standard classical Egyptological texts now, historical texts.
Mm-hmm.
And they will say that this is what the shafts were inside the Great Pyramid. So
Yes, it gets
inside
bandied around a lot, doesn't it? This
it does.
pyramids aligned to Orion and Sirius and
It's
things.
become mainstream. Well, I think that's probably correct, that they are made in the shape of Orion. I think that is correct. But these shafts inside, I don't think are aligned to Orion and Sirius. Oh, I've just seen that. Look, that just came up on this. This is the South Sandwich Islands. These were the group of C-shaped islands
in the Scotia Sea.
The Scotia, there, that's what it's called, the Scotia Sea.
Interesting.
But here, right through the center of these islands, is the 58-degree parallel south, right through the center. So, yeah, that was interesting. That's a by the by. But this theory about these shafts was put forward by Beauval, I think. I think it's more or less the only thing he ever said, really. And I think he's totally wrong. Because these shafts are special. So we have shafts coming out of the king's chamber and out of the queen's chamber. They're not very big. They're about, in inch terms, they're probably about 10 inches by 6 inches. So they're quite small. And they run up from these chambers. And the king's chamber ones actually break out into the open. But the queen's chamber ones do not. They were hidden. And so I think the whole of this pyramid is a quest, because all of this was hidden. So
it's getting good now.
Yeah, the original shaft you can see. So this is the entrance here on the bottom right of the pyramid, with the shaft going down to the center of the foundations, as it was called. Now that was always open. We know that because Strabo mentions it. But the upper chambers were always concealed. They were concealed by a limestone block, so you couldn't even see they were there. They were not open. They were only discovered by Caliph al-Mamun, call it roughly 1,000 years ago, just over 1,000 years, 900s, I think it was, AD. And I think he found
it. He discovered it from the side.
Sorry, he what?
His method of discovery was a little bit excessive as well.
No, that's not how he discovered it. That, I think, is completely the wrong story. Because that forced tunnel, which they always talk about, is too accurate. It goes precisely, and it goes from just about here, just below the original entrance, and it goes right into the join between the descending and ascending passageways. Now, could you do that by luck? I don't think you could. And why do that anyway? Because the original entrance was just above it and was obviously visible, because Strabo knew about it. And if people have been in and out of that entrance all the time, then it would have been scuffed and chipped. And so it would be pretty obvious where that entrance was. So the entrance was visible. It had always been in use. And yet Caliph al-Mamun drove this tunnel straight into the side of the pyramid, which meets with the descending and ascending passageways. That doesn't ring true. What Caliph al-Mamun did is, just below the pyramid, there is a trial shaft, which is very, very similar to the descending passage. And that was always open. People knew about this trial shaft. But the only difference between the trial shaft and the actual pyramid shaft was the trial shaft had an ascending passageway coming off it. So some astute person, many, many hundreds of years ago, during the era of Caliph al-Mamun, suddenly thought, well, if the trial shaft has an ascending passage, then maybe the Great Pyramid does as well. So they measured down the descending passage the same distance, gave the ceiling a big whack with a nice large sledgehammer, and the concealing stone fell off it. and they had found the ascending passage. And then they were able to get up into the Queen's Chamber and the King's Chamber, which we can see on this little diagram. So why did Caliph al-Mamun make that big tunnel into the side of the pyramid? Well, the reason is because he wasn't trying to get into the pyramid. He was trying to get out of the pyramid. The only reason for making that tunnel is if they had taken something out of the pyramid that would not go around the bend between the ascending and descending passages. It was too big, it was too long, it wouldn't go around the corner. And so the only way to get it out was to make a tunnel. So the Al-Mamun tunnel, which you will go into if you go to the Great Pyramid and go inside it, that's the tunnel you go into, is the Al-Mamun tunnel. That was made to get something out of the pyramid. And I think what they may have taken out was the lid to the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber. Unless there was something else in there that we don't know of. But something was taken out of the pyramid, and we don't know what it was. But anyway, that's the reason for that forced entry tunnel. But inside the pyramid, we have another quest. So the first quest was how to find the King's Chamber, which we've now found. The second quest was to find these shafts. So the King's Chamber shaft is easy because it's there. It's in the side of the wall. You can see it. But the Queen's Chamber shaft was never cut into the chamber. So this is a quest. You cannot find the result. You cannot find the answer if you only have the King's Chamber shafts. You've got to have both of them. And so you've got to be tasked with, well, if there are shafts in the King's Chamber, maybe the Queen's Chamber has a shaft as well. And so it was Wayman Dixon did this back in the Victorian era. And he went along the sides of the Queen's Chamber, tap, 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 until he heard something different. And then he poked a wire into the join between two bricks, and the wire went in and in and in, and he had found where the shaft was. So he cut into the rock and found the two shafts in the Queen's Chamber.
Without an entrance into the shafts from the room itself, from the Queen's Chamber, you had to dig into the wall,
Yes.
And there was no way to find the shafts unless he dug into the wall.
No, they were not visible whatsoever in the original wall. It had been concealed. So this was a quest. You've got to go and find it. So we've already had a double quest. And these shafts are important because although they're small, when they were first discovered, the German guy who sent the robots up them, he said that these shafts were so complex that they would double the building time for the pyramid. This was Rudolf Gantenbrink, and he set these little tiny robots up the shafts. Because these shafts, the stones that make up these shafts are actually sloping. So they're sloping stones that follow the angle of the shaft. Now, that's a problem because if you've got this great line of stones going to the edge of the pyramid, it's like having a train with carriages. Lots and lots of carriages. I don't know how many, maybe 50 carriages, 50 stones, all on an angle. Well, if you had a train on a track with that angle, because the steepest angle is 45 degrees, the other ones are about 32 degrees. If you have a train on a track of that steepness, the train is just going to run backwards, straight down the tracks. And that's exactly what the stones will do. So all of those stones will act like a train and they'll all go straight down into the chamber. And so they'll destroy themselves. And so you've got to have a method of keeping those stones within the body of the pyramid. And they did that by these enormous, great girdle stones, which lock these sloping stones into the body of the pyramid. These were very, very difficult things to make. So we know that they were very, very important, even though they're very small.
And we can see from the diagram as well that the measurements are very exact and symmetrical, as well as a degree of symmetry in there that becomes apparent just from a glance.
Yes. So I don't know if it's
just from a construction standpoint. Why would they not use a simpler method to get those shafts in, instead of having these flat stones that are just like, and then having to use these girdle stones? It seems like because I've done a little bit of construction, you could have just like measured out where you wanted those shafts to be, and then just cut each brick with those grooves in it as you're building the pyramid normally. I don't understand why they put all this extra complexity into these shafts.
It does make the shafts look nicer, because you've got nice long stones for each section of the shaft. So from an aesthetic viewpoint, they look much nicer. They're much smoother because there's less jointing involved. So maybe there is less chance of them being distorted, as the pyramid settles, or if you get earthquakes or whatever, there is less chance of them being distorted and jammed up. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know. Because each one is made of a base, which is a wide stone, and then the top is a similar stone with the channel cut into it. Now, because of that construction, it's quite a solid and unbreakable sort of unit making this shaft. Whereas if you were doing it with horizontal blocks, like you're saying, okay, that would negate the problem for having girdle stones and all the rest of it. But each section of the shaft would be different to its neighbor. And if you had any settlement in the pyramid, it would maybe distort the shaft, and so it would block it up. You would only, because the shafts are not very deep, they're only 6 inches deep, you'd only have to have 4 inches of settlement, and suddenly your shaft is impassable. You can't get through it anymore. So maybe it was just because it was stronger that way, but it was certainly much more difficult. But one of the things I found with them is that although these shafts all have a different angle, they all end up with the same rise from the chamber to where the shaft ends. They all go up by 70 cubits. And a 70 cubits is a quarter of the height of the pyramid itself. So these are mathematical shafts. They all go up by a specific amount. Now, we're getting a problem here because the original idea was that these shafts are pointing at stars. Now, these stars go up and down with precession. So within the 26,000 year cycle of precession, these stars will go up and down by a considerable margin. And from that, you're supposed to be able to get a date, because if this shaft is pointing at a certain star at a certain angle, that will give you a certain date. But I don't think that's what these shafts are doing, because there is a problem with this. And the problem is the angles of these shafts. So this is a diagram showing the angles. And so we've got 4 shafts. So the king south, 45 degrees, queen south, 39.5. The Queen's north is 39.5. The King's north is 32.5. And remember, when I made this calculation, 2002, I think it was a long time ago, this shaft had not even been investigated because it was too bendy. They couldn't get the robot up there. But I said it would be exactly the same length as the other shaft with the same angle all the way to the top. That was proved about 10 years later. So it took a long time for them actually to get a robot to go up there. But my prediction was correct. And so this angle ended up as being correct. Now, the difference between these angles on these different shafts is on the south, 5.5. Now, there's a familiar number for us. And on the north, 7. Now, there's a familiar number for us. So we end up with 5.5 over 7, which is 1/4 of pi. And that's a problem because these become pi shafts. So we have a pi pyramid with pi shafts inside it, 1/4 of pi. And that is a problem for the star shaft pointing theory, because to point at a star at a certain date, say you're making this pyramid 5,000 years ago, you're making this pyramid, and you want to aim that shaft at that particular star, well, you have to change the angle of that shaft to match where that shaft is, where that star is. Now, if that shaft is set to a specific number by pi, then you have no latitude for changing where that shaft is going to point. And so it can't point at a particular star. And we've got a good idea that they're not doing this, because if you look at the northern stars, the northern shafts are not pointing at any star in particular in this era.
Would that apply to pretty much any building? Any building that you aligned to a particular star is only going to point at that star for a limited amount of time. And
yes, but that's what you want to do because you want to set a date. So the idea is you would set it pointing at that star 5,000 years ago, and that would encode a date for your monument. Yes, that star will drift away. So yes,
you point at a star, it's not the only star that it's pointing at either. Or over time, a different star could take its position, so you'd have to leave extra clues as to which star.
Yes. That's always the problem. Now, Orion, you could say that Orion is an obvious one because the layout of Giza looks like Orion's belt. So pointing at Orion, you've got a sort of cross-check there. But you still need latitude in where you're going to point your particular shaft in order to be able to point at Orion. If your shaft is being set by the mathematical constant of pi, you can't change the angle. You're stuck. So you can't point at a star. You can't set a particular date for your monument. And that's why I think these are not star shafts. So the theory was wrong. And if they're not star shafts, then what are they? Well, this is where we start getting esoteric, and you can probably see why I didn't talk about this earlier. But now it's out in the open, I might as well continue. Because it's interesting, even if people don't agree with my conclusions. The thing is, we've got all of these complex chambers inside of the Great Pyramid, and we've already seen these are just an image of the main chambers. We've already seen from Avebury and Stonehenge that it's quite possible that these people had a very intimate knowledge of the form and shape of the earth. Now, if they could encode that for something as simple as Avebury, then surely the Great Pyramid is going to be even more complex. So
I wonder the pie as well suggests a circle, and if your pyramid, your triangular pyramid is suggesting a circle, it's already telling you to look at this thing in a different way, to look outside of the box, right? Look outside of the triangle. That's all.
Yeah. Well, it is, because it's an Earth-centric system. I mean, the Great Pyramid is sitting on the 30-degree parallel north, and the circumference of the Great Pyramid is half of a nautical mile. Now, the nautical mile is an Earth-based system. It's 360 times 60, which is 21,600. So around the circumference of the Earth, there are 21,600 nautical miles around the circumference of the Earth. It's an Earth-based system. Now, the Great Pyramid is just double that. It's 43,200 pyramid miles around the circumference of the Earth. So whoever was building this pyramid had an idea of how big the Earth was, because the base of the pyramid, the circumference of the pyramid, is half a nautical mile. And again, you would never know that if you're working in feet or meters, because that's not what they were working in. They were working in cubits and pyramid lengths, and the pyramid length is linked to the nautical mile. And I'm familiar with the nautical mile, of course, because I've used the nautical mile as an aviator. I've used that system for 40 years or more than that, 50 years. And so I'm familiar with that. I know how it works, and I often calculate things in knots, because, you know, if you're out at sea.
It's a base 60.
Yes.
And the Assyrians had a base 60 alphabet / number system.
Yeah, they tended to use base 60. Yeah. Yeah.
I thought about asking that earlier. How maybe a base 60 number system might factor into some of this.
It does in that respect with the circumference. Yes, it does. But the question comes down to, and this was my thought process while I was doing this, because I'd already discovered Avebury, I'd already discovered Stonehenge. Then I came down to Giza to try and find out what this was doing. What on earth are all of these galleries and chambers in the Great Pyramid? Because they don't make sense. This Grand Gallery is vast. It's a magnificent piece of engineering, but it has no function. Nobody has a clue why you would want. I mean, these little passageways, when you go up there, anyone who's been in the pyramid will know what I'm talking about. You have to scramble up on your hands and knees, because I'm quite tall. These small shafts are only about a meter high, so I'm on my hands and knees going up these things. And suddenly you come into the Grand Gallery, which is, I don't know, 10 meters high or something. It's huge.
You've actually been up these shafts, Ralph?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've been inside four times.
That's amazing.
I was there in October. We had 2 hours in the King's Chamber, all for one party. So we sat there for 2 hours in the King's Chamber. So yeah, that was all very interesting.
Those shafts being very little, it makes you wonder what kind of I don't know, like way back when, just the height of these people. My mind, it's going to strange places like fairies and dwarfs.
No, the reason was anything of that height was not important to this quest. So we're making a quest here, and I like this switch screen business. I like this one. They should have this on the other systems. So can you see the chamber?
We can see it.
Okay, that's the King's Chamber. This was October. This was our group. And this was Megalithomania. So anyone who wants to go to the pyramids, this is one of the tour groups that does it, Megalithomania.
I watch a lot of these. Sorry, I watch a lot of these guys' videos. They're pretty good.
Yeah, that's Yusef in the center. He's quite famous on these. Myself is at the back here with the hat on. This is JJ, and this is Hugh Newman, who runs Megalithomania. So this was us sitting in the King's Chamber, and so you can see it's quite a large chamber, and we were there for 2 hours, which was very nice. That was very interesting.
I bet it was.
So let's go back to where we were.
Mm-hmm.
So what we are saying is any of these small passageways are not included in the picture. But therefore, things like the Grand Gallery are part of the picture. And then the King's Chamber is part of the picture. And so what do these represent? Now, the King's Chamber is very strange because it has all of these separate ceilings on top of it. So we have a chamber, that's where we were sitting, and above it, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ceilings. Why would you want 5 ceilings on top of a chamber? It has nothing to do with stress relief because the Queen's Chamber doesn't have them. And the Queen's Chamber has even more stress on top of it than the King's Chamber. So they are not for stress relief. What we end up with is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flat lines because these are all cut off, perfectly smooth underneath. Rough on the top, but smooth underneath. So we have 5 straight lines across the top of this chamber. What does that mean? What's it all about? Well, I think, and this only occurred to me when my picture turned upside down, I think it means this. So if we turn the image upside down, we find a map of the world. And I don't know if you can see it because it's stylistic. But here is Asia. Here is the Arabias. We have the Gulf and the Red Sea, which poke in on either side. And then the King's Chamber is Africa. So we have a stylistic form of the continents of the earth on one side of the earth. Bearing in mind that Avebury is the shape of the earth, now we have the continents of the earth in stylistic form because, okay, we're working in megalithic stone and we've got to make these things. And I think that's what it's talking about. And the reason I think it is because if we home in on Africa a little bit, we've got lines of latitude.
Right.
Because this will explain why we have all of those chambers on top of the King's Chamber. The smooth bits are indicating lines of latitude, each one 10 degrees. And they coincide with what we see in Africa, exactly.
Another miscellaneous piece of data supporting the idea of Earth measurements and measurements of land and oceans encoded into the pyramid is that the actual longest line that you can draw across land on the entire Earth stretches from the west coast of Africa through Egypt all the way out to the east coast of Russia, like, and it actually that line actually runs through the Great Pyramid, and where the pyramid sits on that line creates a ratio of 1 to 1.618 on that line.
Okay. Fine.
Is what I've
yes.
heard. Is what I've heard. Yeah.
The golden ratio. Yeah. Okay. I've not come across that one. Yeah. But what I was thinking about is why do you want a map? So we've got a map of the continents of the Earth. What is the point of drawing a map? The only reason for having a map, well, you might say it's because, well, I'm boasting that I know what the Earth looks like and I know what lines of latitude look like, and I can draw them on this map. But the other reason for having a map is to draw X marks the spot.
Right,
to
yeah, I
find
was thinking treasure.
Yeah, a treasure map. Finding a particular location for a particular something on a map. A little bit like we did with Avebury, with finding the South Sandwich Islands on the Avebury map. That, I think, is probably what we were doing. And in which case, we might have a different usage for those shaft angles.
Which it also connects Avebury in its purpose as well, because if Avebury is a map,
then now we've got another one. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all. That's why I called those two books the megalithic map series, because I think they're all dealing in cartography. It's dealing in maps. But if those funny little but very difficult to make shafts are not pointing at stars, then maybe they are lines of latitude and longitude. Okay.
Can you show some more of the how this actually does look like a map? I've seen this picture before. I couldn't really see your cursor there when you were demonstrating it, so it was hard for me to. Because it's been a long time since I've seen the picture, but that actually does look like a map of the world. This cross section of the pyramid.
The questions already that are coming to mind are: is this some kind of leading to a sacred place, some kind of sanctuary, maybe ancient sanctuary? It's like we said, is this a treasure map? And
it's all, yeah.
I can't wait to see where this takes us next.
And we're already racking up a pretty good list of reasons to believe that the pyramid is really trying to get us to focus on the measurement of the Earth more so than the stars. I mean, you have the map of the world on the cross section. You have the fact that the units of measurement are based on the nautical mile. You have the encoding of pi, which is obviously to a circle, but that's going to be really important to measure the Earth, which is a circle. And yeah, the thing that I just mentioned with the longest line across land that you can draw on Earth goes right through the pyramid on pi. So it's just Earth, 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 Earth. It's really trying to get us to focus on measurements of the Earth itself.
And not just that, Caleb, ways of looking at the Earth from outside of it as well. I noticed that the map in the Great Pyramid, it's very stylized. It's all triangles and rectangles, and if you were to look at it, it's almost like a sci-fi reading, like so stylized. It's like some kind of well, let's just say it's alien, right? It's an alien sort of map, triangular, and like you've seen the film Predator, when that aiming sight comes out and in its vision, you can see this triangle, and it centers in on the target. And the very vision of the alien is alien itself, and it just feels like it's very it's something you wouldn't expect.
There's a good reason for doing this. A, you're working in stone, so you can only work in, you know, parallels and triangles and whatever. But B, there is no point doing that if you make it so similar to the continents of the world that it's obvious. The whole point about these megalithic maps is they're not quite obvious. You have to be able to infer what they are actually trying to tell you, because it's not supposed to be a simple quest. You're not supposed to find this particular location by digging a latrine and coming across it. We're talking about something that is supposed to be slightly difficult. It's supposed to stretch your mind a little bit, and that's what these things are doing. The image I've got here on the screen, you should see two tunnels, yeah? These are the small shafts that go up the pyramid. And these are very small, of course. As I say, they're only about 10 inches wide and 6 inches high, so they're quite small. And they run up for quite a few meters, obviously, within the pyramid. This is how they are made. So we've got a flat block along the bottom, and then a block along the top, which has the shaft cut into it. If you imagine this has got its symmetric partner here, with the channel cut underneath. So the bottom block is flat, and then the top block has the channel cut into it. And then we go on and we look at the shafts. Oh, that's the end of the shafts. These shafts end, this is the Queen's North and the Queen's South shaft, and they end with a limestone block with two copper somethings in it, like handles. And nobody has been able to explain the handles, and I've not been able to explain the handles. We get these two copper handles stuck in this limestone, and these are original, of course. These are from the age of the pyramid. And the only interesting thing that has never been explained is the bottom. If we look on the left here, the bottom of this handle had fallen off and was sitting on the floor, and it's now gone. And nobody admitted to actually picking it up and taking it away. So somebody somewhere has one of these pieces of handle. And of course, that would be invaluable, because it would tell you all sorts of things about where that copper came from, how pure it was, how it had been manufactured. You could get quite a lot of information from that little piece that had broken off. And nobody mentions where it went to. But it disappeared. It was in the early pictures, and then in the later pictures, it disappeared. So, yeah, that's another mystery. They're keeping secrets. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to know all of these things.
But that would those end caps with the copper pieces, that would be like on abutted to the exterior of the pyramid.
No, that ending block is inside the pyramid by about 4 or 5 meters. So those Queen's Chamber shafts were never cut through to the outside. That's why it's a quest, because that shaft was buried. There's no way of finding that shaft unless you go looking for it. So this is why it's a quest. You've got to go looking for it. You've got to have a good enough idea that there are secrets in this pyramid. I mean, that's why it was made, I think, as a 2 pi r pyramid in the first place. Its very exterior dimensions are saying, I have secrets here. Come and look at me, because I contain secrets. I contain pi, 2 pi r. And if you look inside me, you might find more secrets. And this is the secret that I think it was hiding. And that is my comparison between the continents of the Earth and the chambers in the Great Pyramid. Forgetting the Queen's Chamber, of course, we have all of Asia, and then we have the Arabias, that's the antechamber to the King's Chamber.
Thanks for requesting this, Caleb. It was worth the wait.
Yeah, they are similar, aren't they? I mean, stylistic, of course, representational, but they are similar. Then, of course, we go into Africa being very similar to the King's Chamber if you turn it upside down.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
It's actually been quite a while ago. I have seen another map, and I don't know if it was from you or somewhere else, but I think it was all of the continents of the world, including North and South America, compared to the cross section of the pyramid, and it made sense. I don't think the oceans were included, but it was just sort of like the lines of the different shafts and hallways would have just been the edges of the continents, and it was all just sort of stuffed together without the oceans.
Okay, no, I've not seen that one.
I can't remember. But you haven't been sharing any of this stuff for very long, so this must have been something else I saw.
Yeah, quite possibly. The thing is, we've got this set of continents, and we have 4 angles from the shafts, from the secret shafts that you've got to go and find. And they're not pointing at stars. We've already proved that. So if they're not pointing at stars, then perhaps they are lines of latitude and longitude. Because we're talking about metrology here. We want lines. You can only find something on a map if you have a line of latitude and longitude. And here we have 4 latitudes and longitudes. Now, where do you draw them from? Well, quite obviously, we won't be using the current 0 in longitude, which is Greenwich in London. I mean, it's only Greenwich in London because Britain ruled the waves in the 17th and 18th and 19th centuries. If you were doing this in this era from this monument, you would use the Giza longitude, the Giza meridian. And then you do your calculation from Giza. And if you do that, and if you use those shaft angles and draw them out on a map, this is what you get. So these are the shaft angles, and you draw them on the map. And what you get on your map is a pyramid, the same shape as the Giza, as the Great Pyramid. Because these shaft angles are pi angles, you end up with a pi triangle on your map. So you end up with a triangle which is 7 high and 11 across the base. Wow. Exactly the same as the Great Pyramid itself, because the Great Pyramid is a 7 by 11 pyramid. So this is what you end up with on your map, an enormous great triangle that looks like the Great Pyramid. And the trouble is that this triangle is centered over the Himalayas, which was a problem. The plot thickens a great deal. Yeah, it's a problem because at that time, there was no way of seeing what it was referring to because there was no internet. There was no Google Maps. You had to go and find a map. So I went to Stanford's, which is the largest map shop in Europe, I think it is. I'm not sure about America. And of course, they didn't have anything. The best I could get was a very large scale map, which didn't really show what I was looking at. The only thing it showed was that K2 was at the center of this triangle. And so that was interesting. And then I got a satellite photo from the space shuttle. So it was actually a photo taken out of the window of the space shuttle. They actually went along upside down, of course, so you could take photos, and took high definition photos all around the world, and you could actually buy them from NASA. So I bought a photo from NASA, but it didn't show very much. So again, I couldn't really see what we were looking at. Later on, we get maps like this, which is a Google one, of course. And this was about the scale I was getting, which is no good whatsoever. And this is the map. This is the triangle on the map. And the A in the center is K2. Now, that's right in the middle, in the very center of this triangle. It doesn't look like it here because this is a Google use a Lambert conformal conic projection for their maps, and so anything that's to the north looks bigger. That's just the way you do the projection on maps. So this A is right in the center of this triangle. And so, well, the only thing I could do really is to go up into the high Himalaya to find out what was there. Yeah, something like this. So if I just quickly share this photo, what I did is I went to China because they didn't have any maps at Stanford's. And they said, why don't you talk to the Chinese? So I said, yeah, okay, fine, I'll write to them. So I wrote to the Chinese university and said, do you have any maps? This was all done by letter, of course, sending a letter by post to China. And then they wrote back and said, yeah, we've got a map. We're going to charge you $25, which was quite a lot of money for a Chinese person at that time. That was a lot of money, I think. Probably in China, they were selling them for $1 each or something, these maps. Anyway, I still wanted this map, so I couldn't send any money. So all I could do was put $25 in an envelope and send it by post. And then they sent the map back to me. So all of this took about nearly 6 months by the time I got this map coming back. And then I opened this map, and it was a map of K2, and it was a very detailed map of K2. And I fell off my chair. I was totally and utterly amazed. Why? Well, we'll see in a minute, but it was so intriguing that I actually went up K2. I mean, the only way to go and find if there was anything interesting is actually go there. So I went up K2. This is the road to K2. And as you can see, it's not much of a road at all.
It looks like something out of a Conan the Barbarian movie.
Probably, yes. I call this the high trail. This was the path up to K2, and this went on for, I mean, it took 2.5 weeks to climb up there. So it's a long time walking for 2.5 weeks. And this trail is like about 2 foot wide. And on the right-hand side, if you dare fall off, it's a 1,000-foot drop down to the bottom. So yeah, don't fall off. And that is up in the high Himalaya. So we were trekking and trekking. It was a nice trek, actually, with our little party. We had 18 Sherpas to go up there. And you take it from the Pakistani side. It's not from the Chinese Mongolian side, as it were. You have to go from Pakistan. And
we're talking about one of the most difficult places to get to, a place loaded with mystical associations, and I mean loaded with mystical associations. And this map in the Great Pyramid pointed to K2.
Yes. So this is the way this all came about. You know, I wasn't going around searching for let me say, replicas of the Great Pyramid. I wasn't looking for particular shapes, monuments or whatever around the world, and then trying to fit them into my theory. What happened was I came across shaft angles. I thought they might be latitudes and longitudes, so I looked them up on a map. I then searched for a long time to find a map that was sufficiently detailed that they would show me what we were talking about. And finally, I got that map, and that's when I fell off my chair, because now it was pointing back to the very pyramid I'd started with. So the reason I fell off my chair is because K2 is a copy of the Great Pyramid. So on the left, we have K2. On the right, we have the Great Pyramid. And K2, as you can see, is a square-based pyramid aligned with the cardinal points. Just as the Great Pyramid is a square-based pyramid aligned with the cardinal points. You can see here, marked on the map, northwest ridge, northeast ridge, southeast ridge, southwest ridge. All the ridges flow down the quadrants of the compass. It's a pure white pyramid, just as the Great Pyramid was a pure white pyramid because it was covered in Tura limestone. Out of the bottom of K2, we have a causeway which runs at 14 degrees to the base of the pyramid. And at Giza, we have a causeway that comes out of the bottom of the pyramid, angled at 14 degrees to the base of the pyramid. They are the same.
Speechless,
so the great,
absolutely speechless.
Yeah, the Great Pyramid sent me on a quest, having, with all of these people back through more than 100 years, finding each element of this quest as we went through. Quest after quest after quest gives us the coordinates of the partner, the symmetric partner of the very pyramid that sent us there in the first place. So the Great Pyramid has a points towards its larger cousin sitting up in the Himalaya.
Is there a relation? Is there a relation between the two pillars quote we had from Josephus earlier to do
Well, it could
with
be,
these?
couldn't it? Yes, it could be.
I don't know. I'd say edifices, but we don't even know what K2 is. Really, you've been up it. Have you seen the pyramid bricks?
Well, it's natural, of course, but maybe it's only semi-natural.
Right.
You have to decide for yourself. We have a conundrum here. We have
because earlier on you showed us pyramids that were semi-natural as well.
Yes. But there is a problem here, because which is a copy of which?
Yeah.
Now, a sort of logic would say that the natural one has to be K2. But that means that someone has been up to K2, which is a very difficult place to get to. Even worse, before they cut the road from, I'm trying to remember the name of the town we started from.
Skardu?
Skardu, that's the one. Well done. You've been reading the book, obviously.
Well, I want to hear about those dwarfs as well, but we'll get to that soon.
Well, we're talking about 65 or 66,000 years ago. If we carry the dating discussion we had earlier, the region of K2 maybe was different. Maybe it was more populated. Maybe there was more vegetation. And we know that the Earth has been through a lot of different changes, and certain regions which are pretty barren now, we know used to be a lot more habitable.
No, it would have had more ice on because we were in the middle of the ice age. So the Himalaya would have had a big ice cap on top of it. Now, the route up from Skardu has not changed for thousands, millions of years. the first road that was put up to Skardu, because it's difficult even getting to Skardu from the plains. The first road was put up by the British in the late 1800s. Late 1800s was the first road that went up there. Now the modern road that goes up there was built by the Chinese only in the 1990s, something of that nature. They put this road in. With about 2,000 hairpin bends all the way up to Skardu. It is supremely inaccessible. Now, Alexander the Great went up there because that's why it's called Skardu. It's as in Iskander. It's the name of Alexander the Great. But that was only an advance party, and God knows how long it took them to get up there, because it would have been footpath only, all the way from almost from Islamabad sort of region, trying to get up there. But they had been up to Skardu, and then it's another 2 weeks at least before you get up to K2. So if K2 was the template, then someone must have been up to K2, seen what it looks like, and then gone down to Egypt and built a similitude of it, a copy of the K2 mountain. But there is a problem with that, in that the distance and angle between K2 and the Great Pyramid is fixed by pi, because remember, these were pi coordinates that sent us there in the first place.
Yes.
And yet the Great Pyramid is in a specific location as well. It's on the 30-degree parallel north, right next to the Nile. So that's almost in a sort of semi-fixed position as well. So how do you square that circle? Which came first and which was the copy? You could say the other way round, that the Great Pyramid was the original, and then K2 would have to be man-made. And that's more difficult, because you're now talking about cutting a mountain rather than just a pyramid. But Greek history actually says this is what was going on. Okay, it's only mythology, but this is the mythology of Bacchus, Bacchus, who goes up into the Himalaya with his Amazons. I think he took the Amazons up there, and they were cutting mountains with their ivy wands. Now, how you cut a mountain with an ivy wand, I don't know, but that's the story of Bacchus up in the Himalaya. He was cleaving stones and making mountains. And yeah, so there is a vague mythology of something going on, something to do with mountains up in the Himalaya.
This may seem out of left field, and I apologize if it is. I have a few little videos that I made with Caleb. I collected footage of volcanoes that were active, and in these clips, numerous clips, we see meteors colliding with volcanoes, actual multicams as well, so showing different angles, and meteors being attracted by volcanic mountains. Now, maybe K2 was a volcano at one point, and maybe during a great cataclysm, it was being cleaved by meteors, and this Bacchus was supposed to be the god of comets and cometary bodies. Go on.
Well, he was the god of wine, actually. He used to have Bacchus frenzies where they used to get drunk.
Right. Yeah.
No, K2 is sedimentary, so it's limestones and sandstones. It used to be below the sea.
Right.
So it's all sedimentary rocks. It's not volcanic.
Okay.
It used to be under the sea until India came and smacked it into Asia, and it lifted up the seabed so the bottom of the seabed now became the highest plateau in the land in the whole of the world. So it's all sedimentary rocks, and it's all fractured and broken. It's one of the reasons it's so difficult to climb, because there are no decent layers of rock that have survived this collision of the continents. And so all of the mountains are very fractured and broken, which makes it a very difficult place to climb.
This is another point as well, and this is where I wanted to bring in the dwarf village, because I started thinking, where if there were Aboriginals, dwarf Aboriginals, quite a lot of them in our ancient past, and let's say there was changes in weather, there was things that happened, maybe there was a campaign of genocide. One of the places that these dwarf people could escape to were places like these inhospitable places that nobody really wanted to go to. And by putting that map in the Great Pyramid of Giza, you could almost point to a place where it was very mystical. You also go to the place like you did and be astonished by the people there. Like, how do they get there? Why is this place people with these kinds of people? Can you tell us about that? I don't want to spoil it. I'd rather hear from you, actually, about your experience of going there.
Oh, it was just very peculiar. I'm not terribly sure if there's anything strange about it. We have a phenomena within biology known as dwarfism, normally associated with island dwarfism because of a lack of food. So if you look across the Mediterranean, all of the islands have ancient populations of elephants on those islands.
Oh.
Well, they're not there now, of course, they've all died out, but we have the fossils. But those elephants were the size of cows, miniature elephants, because there was not enough food on the island. So the only ones that would survive are the small ones.
Right.
And so you get this pattern of dwarfism. And if you look up into the Himalaya, there's not much food up there. And I think that over the millennia, these people, the people who have survived up there,
they had to deal with less
very,
food,
very, very small to survive. Well, they even said that about Japanese war camps, where they were all stuck in these concentration camps, the British and Australians and whatever. They said there was only one factor that would ensure your survival, and that was your size. The small people survived, all the big people died, because they required more energy, and you only got a handful of rice a day, sort of thing. So I think that's probably why we get these dwarfs up there. But anyway, when we walked up there past Skardu, we came to a village where we picked up our 2 goats, which were going to feed us when we got onto the top of K2. And it was a village with no connection to the outside world. There was no road that went there. You had to walk to get there. And all of the people were only about, I suppose, just over 1 meter tall. I mean, they were really, really tiny. Maybe 1.20 meters or something of that nature. We were giants, because my guide, my Sirdar guide, he was almost as big as I was. So there was us 2 strolling amongst this crowd of little tiny dwarfs, who were really, really, really small. And of course, the goats we picked up were really, really small as well. They were like toys.
the pyramids of Giza, right? The Great Pyramid is smaller than K2, right?
Oh yes, it's only like a less than a tenth.
So it's interesting. In ancient times, Egypt was populated by Caucasian giants. I mean, compared to these dwarfs in the Himalayas. But you go to this giant duplicate of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and you see dwarfs there. So going from the land of the giants to the land of the dwarfs, and yet you get the bigger, and it's strange. And also I was
It is the other
thinking,
way around.
yeah, yeah, I was thinking also the two pillars concept. In Freemasonry, there's this concept of the unhewn stone block, the ashlar, and the smooth ashlar. And if you were to put them two together, you K2 would be the unhewn, and the Great Pyramid of Giza would be the smooth ashlar. And
Yeah, that's true. That's true. One is, yeah, unhewn. This is a picture of it, of course. This is K2, the picture you can see now.
yes,
Looking up that causeway to K2, and it's a bright white, of course. Yeah, okay, it's snow instead of Jura limestone, but it's bright white, the same as the Great Pyramid would have been. And the mountains around it are not, of course, because they're lower. They're not covered in snow. It's really only K2 that is bright white.
Did you find an entrance?
No. Unfortunately, the entrance would be on the Chinese side.
Oh,
It
yeah.
straddles the border between China and Pakistan is right here, right across the top of K2. So it's a rather contentious place because there's a border with India as well. And so they've got all this military helicopters trying to go up there. Struggling, of course, because we're nearly up to 20,000 foot. We're very high by the time we get up here.
What do you think your chances are of cutting a deal with the president of China and getting in there?
Yes,
going up to old Winnie the Pooh and just be like, "Yo, let's cut a deal, man."
Yeah, give us permission to go up K2 on that side. Yeah, it was funny to see the helicopters that they were getting out, and they had to get out with oxygen masks on. So they were having to wear oxygen masks to even climb out of the helicopter because it was so high. Whereas we were going up without any oxygen at all, but it was very difficult. We were getting short of oxygen. It made walking very, very difficult. And you get lots of these T-pillars up there. We have T-pillars with Göbekli Tepe and on the Mediterranean islands. Lots and lots of T-pillars. I did wonder if they were modeled on these. These are natural T-pillars where a block of stone will shade the ice underneath it. And so the ice will melt all around the stone, but not underneath it. And it leaves the stone sitting on a plinth.
Right.
And so you get these natural T-pillars all the way up.
Looks like an altar.
Yeah, it does. All the way up the final glacier. Because this is the glacier. On the right-hand side, this is the glacier. It doesn't look like a glacier because it's all covered in stones, because these mountains are very loose and stones fall down all the time continually. So yeah, it was a very interesting and enigmatic place. There's me underneath K2.
I mean, I have more questions. I have many more questions. Caleb, did you want to ask something?
Yeah. Say if it were to suddenly just heat up in that region for a good long time and all the ice melted, obviously the landscape would change quite a bit. Do you think K2 would retain its shape as well, or would it be transformed? Is it like ice and rock, or is it solid rock, or what?
No, it's all solid rock. As I say, it's all sedimentary rock. It's all limestones and sandstones, but it's all solid rock, that's for sure. It's just not one particular strata. It's been crushed quite a lot. There's a lot of crushed rocks up there, a lot of metamorphic rocks as well. But yeah, it's certainly made of stone. But if we went back 60,000 years, even if we went back 15,000 years, the amount of ice on the top of K2 would be much more than now. You would not be able to go up those glaciers in the same way that we do today. All of those glaciers, all of the space, I think, between the mountains would be completely covered in ice. So you would not even be able to see K2. I think there would be so much ice in the valleys, you would not be able to see the mountain. You can only see the mountain now because that ice has melted. So yes, the place would look very, very different. And I suppose that might suggest a date for Giza that is post 15,000 years ago. That might suggest that. I don't know.
Otherwise, the K2 would date pre-Ice Age.
Well, it would be invisible virtually. You wouldn't be able to see it. It would be covered in ice.
Yeah, so it would have to potentially be dated pre-Ice Age.
Or post-Ice Age,
Right.
after
Right.
15,000 years ago when the ice had mostly melted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that puts a different spanner in the works. You know, the many things to think about when looking at this conundrum.
Wasn't there a Noah myth of Noah landing on this mountain or in the Himalayas?
No, there's one in Armenia that looks a bit like a boat. There's a geologic structure in Armenia that looks like the ribs of a boat, and they say that's where Noah's Ark landed. But I don't believe that's true. I think what they're talking about with Noah's Ark is the Ark of Ra. So Noah's Ark is actually sitting at the base of the Great Pyramid, because the great bark of Egyptian theology, their creation myth, was the Ark of Ra, filled with the different gods, of course, sailed across the seas of the cosmos, because the cosmos was a grand sea in the skies above. And so they went to space on a space ship because they sailed across the cosmos. And that was the great ark of Noah, because the cosmos was known as the waters of Nu, from which we get Noah or Noah. So I think they were talking about the cosmic ark, which is the great bark of Ra, the great ark of Ra. I think that's what they were talking about. It's the Egyptian creation myth.
What are the chances, though, that this K2 mountain was a sanctuary of some sort during some kind of catastrophe in the past and somehow got passed down from generation to generation? And because of that, it was seen as a savior, as I said, an ancient sanctuary, something that would teach us about our ancient past for those who knew where to look. And those descended from those people wanted to continue that tradition.
I think it's more likely a secret place, so somewhere that you would hide something, because it's totally inhospitable up there, even now. It would be even worse during the Ice Age. So it's more like a place where you would hide something, because it is secret, it is remote, it's inaccessible. Nobody would ever go up there to dig a latrine or make a house and therefore find something inadvertently, because nobody goes up there. I can guarantee you that during the history of humanity for the last 1,000,000 years, nobody has been on that particular side of K2 to even think about discovering something there. So if you wanted to put something in a remote location, that would be it. That would be as remote as you can possibly get. But having put it in a remote location, you would then need to leave a treasure map in order that someone might be able to find it. And that treasure map would have to be a map that was made in megalithic stone, because it would have to last for thousands of years. There's no point writing it on paper because it will be gone after 200 years. You need to make a durable map that will last for millennia. And that's what they've done. We have a map, and that map is megalithic, and it points at K2, which happens to be the big sister of the Great Pyramid. Which is, I don't know, I think it's more than coincidence can bear, but it is still difficult to explain and contemplate because it means a far higher level of technology, not just knowledge, but technology, in order to accomplish that. In order to be up there, to see what K2 looks like, and then to come back and to copy it at Giza, to make a smaller copy of it.
So
100-fold, I think, smaller, something of that nature. Yeah, it takes us into what you were talking about before when you were talking about 2001, I think.
Okay, we'll get on to that in just a sec. I want to ask you something else. Okay, so the man who tried to steal your book,
Yes.
Thoth Architect of the Universe, called his book Hall of the Gods, and the cover shows a beam of light extending to the letter O, as if the all-seeing eye of the cosmos opened up a stargate portal through the pyramids to the stars. Are the pyramids a gate to the stars? Are you aware of the occult theories on this stargate and how it would work?
No, because I don't think it is a technical edifice, a technical meaning mechanical. I think it's just a map. Nothing more complex than a very, well, the information it contains is complex, but not complex in terms of a piece of technology. Yeah, I've read these ideas about, the Giza power plant and things of this nature, but it is not complex in those terms. He was, although I've got great respect for Christopher Dunn, he was saying that, these small shafts were filled with fluids which were going to react in some sort of reaction chamber in the chambers. And you're thinking, do you know what these shafts look like? We saw some images of those shafts. They're rough. They've got gaps in the middle. You can't fill them with liquid. You can't pressurize them. There's too many gaps in those shafts. You cannot put acids in there because the shafts are made of limestone. They will react. Your fluid will react with it immediately. That idea is just a non-starter. The Giza power plant doesn't work. So no, I don't think it's technical in that fashion. And so, no, I don't think it's a Stargate or anything of that nature.
It's strange because the Rosicrucians would seem to disagree with you. In the film Stargate, it shows exactly this kind of thing. It shows them entering through a circular portal, which leads them to a pyramid. It's kind of in reverse, but on a magazine cover for the Rosicrucian Order, they show a staircase leading through a rainbow circle leading up to heaven, and it leads up to the stars. Now, as we've mentioned before, the pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Giza, is symbolic of a circle. And I just wonder, is this something that these sects know about? Something else, maybe perhaps a psychotropic effect that the pyramid has on the person going in it? Because I was thinking also about the Giza Plateau and how you said that the Freemasonic checkerboard, it's based on the Giza Plateau. Well, me and Caleb were chatting, and we realized that the checkerboard pattern also comes from the garter snake. And the garter snake, well, any snake sheds its skin. And when they went into the pyramid, there was evidence that the pyramids were used for ritualistic purposes for the high priesthood of ancient Egypt in a particular death and rebirth ritual akin to Jesus raising Lazarus from the dead, dying to be born again. Which suggests a splitting off, like an evolution, an altered state even. Would you care to comment on that?
Well, I don't delve into anything spiritual or anything of that nature, okay. So I just I don't deal with that. If you have a map, you have a map. You don't really need anything else to go alongside it. You don't need anything more technical or esoteric than that. It's just a map. How that map got there, now that's a little bit esoteric, because you need a high technical civilization or somebody with that technical knowledge in order to do it. That becomes a bit esoteric, but it's not usually using the Giza pyramids as a machine, just as you cannot use Avebury as a machine. It's just a representation.
I gotta ask, do you have any discrepancy to the generally accepted time frame of the ice ages and everything, and the geological ages of the Earth? Because there are people such as there's a book called Cataclysm. I can't remember the author's name right now. They've given the whole timeline a whole revamp, and it's pretty compelling argument that they put forth. It had 11,000 years ago as a very important date, where a lot of what is interpreted as having lasted millions of years or a really, really long time actually only lasted for a few hundred years and ended at 11,000. Don't quote me on this, but their main argument is that what is generally looked at as a period which lasted for a really long time of this gradual change, they actually ascribe that to a brief time of very sharp changes, and they changed the entire timeline of the Ice Age and everything. So I wondered, is your view on that sort of standard, or do you have a slightly different view on that as well?
No, mine is pretty standard. I don't know if you know, but I wrote a peer review paper on ice ages, and that has been very successful because it explains everything about the Ice Age. Too complex to go into at present, but it was just odd to me that nobody knew how Ice Ages operated, even until I wrote this paper, until 2016 or whenever it was, 2015. And I wrote this climate paper, proper peer reviews, is being published in a journal. You should see a graph up there now. I don't know if you see it.
Sorry, we see it. Yes,
you have. So yes. This was my science paper on the modulation of ice ages, because everyone today is saying that ice ages are controlled by CO2. Everything has to be controlled by CO2 nowadays. CO2 doesn't work for ice ages. The problem with ice ages is when CO2 is high, the world cools. And when CO2 is low, the world warms. It would not be doing that if CO2 was the main feedback agent controlling ice ages. And so in this paper, which has been downloaded 45,000 times, which is not too bad, myself and my partner here, Professor Michael Palmer, we said it was due to precession. This is why I know all about precession as well. We come into this as well. And dust albedo feedbacks. So the other problem with ice ages is they said it's due to precession. Of course, we know the precession of the equinox. It changes the amount of sunlight hitting the northern latitudes. Precession, the amount of sunlight hitting the northern latitudes, is the blue line here, and the red line is the temperature. So many of these peaks in sunlight in the northern hemisphere don't produce any response whatsoever in the temperature. So there is a conundrum there which has never been explained previously. Why do you get high temperature, high sunlight in the northern hemisphere, but no temperature response? The answer is ice, because the ice sheets are highly reflective and they reflect all of the sunlight back into space. But the problem is then, well, how sometimes does the ice melt? Well, it melts because of dust storms. And this is just a couple of examples of huge, great dust storms running across the countryside, and they can turn the ice. And that's what's happening today. This is all Chinese industrial dust on the ice, and you'll find a lot of the ice sheets are actually almost black, covered in Chinese industrial dust. Well, the odd thing is that just before every interglacial warming, we get dust. So all of this red plot is temperature. all of these peaks are the interglacials. So this is going back 800,000 years on this graph. So each one of these ice ages, as it were, lasts nearly 100,000 years. You get a peak in temperature, and then the temperature falls off again into another ice age, and then another peak in temperature before cooling again. But just before every interglacial, you get dust. Guaranteed, before every interglacial, you get dust. Why do you get dust? Well, because CO2 is plant food. CO2 is the most important gas in the atmosphere. Without CO2, everything, all life on Earth would die if our CO2 levels came down to about 100 parts per million. So we don't need less CO2, we need more CO2. These plants are growing more strongly on the top here because they've got more CO2. Pre-industrial, we were about 300 parts per million. We're now 400 parts per million. So the plants grow more strongly. 800 parts per million, they grow even more strongly. But if you come down to less than 100 parts per million, they all die. So CO2 is the most important gas in the atmosphere. We need more of it, not less. And what happens is that the high plateaus, like in China, the Gobi Plateau, becomes a CO2 desert. So you can have deserts, of course, because of a lack of moisture, but you can also have deserts because of a lack of CO2. And during the Ice Age, CO2 gets less and less and less during each Ice Age. And that causes more and more dust because of these CO2 deserts. And so we get this is probably the best graph in the whole of the paper, that CO2 here is blue and dust is in green. And they are proportional, inversely proportional, but they are proportional. The more CO2, the less dust. Remember, the dust plot is inverted. The less CO2, the more dust you get, and a great deal more dust as well. And so just before every interglacial, you get 10,000 years of dust. And that dust gets onto the Arctic ice sheets, and the darker ice can absorb the sunlight, and therefore they can melt. So that is how ice ages are modulated. They are modulated by CO2 getting too low, and that causes warming. The complete opposite.
So what's your recipe for getting rid of ice ages?
Just spray the ice sheets with carbon dust. So you just get a fleet of aircraft fit them out as sprayers, and you spray black carbon dust over the ice sheets, and the ice sheets will melt.
It's a great demonstration of how not only is someone keeping secrets from us, they're also feeding us lies.
Oh yeah, they
Sending
are.
us
They're
down.
feeding us. They're feeding us many lies.
Yeah.
One of the best ones, I mean, we're going slightly off topic here, but one of the best ones, it's worth showing. Switch window to that one. This is a part and parcel of the lies they're telling us. And this lie has been told for 2-3 decades, because you know from the media that the number of tornadoes is getting worse and worse and worse because of global warming, because of CO2. But this is the graph of strong tornadoes in America, F3 to F5 tornadoes. This is the graph going from 1952 up until the current time. And the number of strong tornadoes has been going down for 65 years, has been decreasing for 65 years. The complete opposite of what they have been telling us in the media. So what they've been telling us has been pure lies continually. Same with hurricanes and typhoons. This is a plot of typhoon activity over the last 150 years, 170 years. So this goes back, the far left of this graph is 1850 up to the present time on the right-hand side. And this is the number of tropical cyclones, so both hurricanes and typhoons. And from 1850 up until 1900, they rose a bit. And from 1900 until the present time, so for the last 120 years, the number of tropical cyclones has been decreasing.
Hypothetical question. Would volcanic ash do the same thing to the ice caps if it landed there?
It sort of would, but there's been quite a few investigations into the effects of volcanic activity, and it seems to last, this is in terms of its atmospheric effect, it only lasts a couple of years. Or if you had dust on the ice sheets, that would affect the ice sheets, but it would only be transitory, because a volcano normally doesn't last for more than a year or two. The dust that builds up before each interglacial, you get 10,000 years of dust. So that dust is all the way through the thickness of the ice sheets. And therefore, as the ice sheets are melting, obviously some of that dust is flowing off with the water and so on. There is always new dust coming to the surface because you've got 10,000 years worth of dust in the ice sheet. That's why it will continue all the way through
the
to
airplane pilots have to fly
every year.
Their sprayers every year for 10,000 years.
Yep, you'd have to have a fleet of aircraft up there every year recoating the ice sheets. Yeah, because it's not. Yeah, they had many transitory warmings during the last ice age. They call them DO events. I can't even pronounce it because it's a Swedish name. Anyway, they call them DO warming events, where they will have warming of 8 degrees or something in 10 years. I mean, supreme warming, according to the ice sheet record. And it looks like all of those sudden warming events were caused by forest fires because they're coincident with combustion products. So like you're saying with, a big volcano coating the northern ice sheets, well, forest fires, if you get a continent-wide forest fire across all of America, in the days, of course, before there was any fire control, of course, this is just random fires, that will cover the ice sheets with soot, and that will cause sudden warming. But because you've only got 1 year of this soot on the ice sheets, it doesn't last very long. So you get these sudden warming events where you get sudden warming within 10 years, and then it cools off immediately again. And that happens all the way through the last ice age. You get these sudden spikes all the way through. And the only thing, CO2 could never do that. It's simply not powerful enough. But the albedo response from soot on ice sheets is 2 or 3 orders of magnitude more powerful than CO2. It's a really powerful feedback. But of course, once you've washed that carbon dust off, all of that soot, then it goes back to normal again, and we're back into the ice age. So yeah, that's what I've been doing with ice ages and things of that nature. So
Okay,
that's all good fun. So where did we
okay,
where did we
so
get to on the other talk?
We mentioned the Stig of the Dump. We mentioned that he was a sort of a Stone Age man, a caveman. Well, Stone Age men appear in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey. 2001: A Space Odyssey by director Stanley Kubrick, and in it, a monkey man receives instruction from an alien sentinel in the form of a mysterious black monolith. Could we discuss these ideas, please?
You nearly got that name wrong there.
I know. Shall I say, can we discuss these ideas in relation to the Great Pyramid, to K2,
Yeah.
and also, let's say, Avebury, Stonehenge, and even the Hamlet de Vera Zodiac?
Yes. Well, it's all sort of connected, I suppose. You should see a scene from 2001, if you can see that.
We can.
Yep. So this is what you were talking about. This is the Sentinel. This is the monolith. And perhaps I should explain the plot of 2001, because it's it's the iconic film of my youth. So we're going back to 1968, long time ago. But it's a very good film. I'd recommend it to anyone. I'm sure you can pick it up on Netflix or Amazon or whatever. The cinematography is absolutely fantastic. Considering there was no CGI in those days, of course, this was all done by models, especially all the spaceships and so on was all done by models. And I would say that the actual quality of the cinematography is better than we do today with CGI. So it's a really good, well-made production. And the gist of the story is the gist of what we've been saying about high technology in the past that is currently inexplicable. And so you get people like Graham Hancock, whose book actually is very readable, and there's a lot of good data in that book by Graham Hancock. But he cannot explain all of these anomalous artifacts like the megaliths and like other things he's discovered, which seem to require a high technology in order to manufacture them. And so his argument was there must have been a high technical civilization in the ancient past. So pre-Neolithic era, there must have been a lost civilization, which we no longer have, and we can no longer find it. But it must have been there in order to have made all of these artifacts and temples and megaliths and whatever. I don't think he's right on that, because we have no evidence. You would be drilling down and finding a technical layer, but we don't find that technical layer, a layer with concrete and railway lines and crushed concrete buildings that used to be there and have all been crushed, iron products and aluminium products and so on, all in an archaeological layer somewhere, and we don't find it. Hancock's idea is that, well, maybe they're out on the continental shelves because they've all flooded because the sea has risen by 150 meters since the last ice age. Maybe they're out on the continental shelves. I don't think that's right, because the megaliths we're talking about are not on the continental shelves. We're talking about Stonehenge, Avebury, Giza, the South American and the South American and Central American megaliths, all of those sort of things. They are not on the continental shelves. You would have had a civilization near to Stonehenge and Avebury and Giza in order to make those artifacts, and we don't find that high technical civilization. The alternative, so the book was by Arthur C. Clarke, but the film was made by Stanley Kubrick, was that there was alien intervention. And this is the basis of some Masonic lodges teach this as well within Masonry, that there was an alien intervention many thousands of years ago. And that's why they made this film. This is what it's all about. But this would explain why we have anomalous temples and megaliths, but we don't see the civilization, because there was a non-interference policy. The same as if we go into the Amazon basin and find a ancient tribe or whatever in the Amazon basin, we try not to interfere with them. We might help them if they were starving and they were about to die off, but we tend to have a non-interference policy with tribes that we find in the outback or in the Amazon basin. This assumes the same, that these, not even hominids, they're apes, were starving. They were about to expire because they could not hunt. And so this monolith is placed there to teach these apes how to hunt.
And what do they teach them to hunt with, by the way?
The bones of a tapir.
Right, but they use it as a club.
Yeah, as a club. Yeah, like Hercules.
So, and now I can't help but think, and all the way through this discussion, I've been wanting to talk about it, but Caleb's heraldry, his family heraldry, there are two cavemen, but not looking like cavemen, but they look like they're kind of feral, and they have clubs, and they come usually in twos. And there's different variations on this. There's wild men with IV wands even, and they in some pictures they hold these IV wands above their heads as if it's a pyramid, as if it's a shelter, and even they cross these as well, so it even looks like the lines of longitude when the earth is on an angle. There's wild men and heraldry that hold shields at the same angle of obliquity that the earth's at. There's even wild men in heraldry images with beaks, like these feral men with clubs in their hands with beaks. And I couldn't help but think, the title of your book is Thoth Architect of the Universe, and Thoth, of course, was depicted as the ibis, and these do look like amphibious bird beaks, like duck beaks, or
it's supposed to be an ibis, yeah.
So, and there's more to this I could show you. Royal Houses of Germany, he's got the checkerboard on there, the same one that you pointed out in your book, to do with a crop circle, which you said was a Freemasonic organization had done that. And of course that refers back to the pyramids. And on the same heraldry is these two wild men. And like this runs all the way throughout Europe, and especially in Britain. And I was just wondering, is there any connection to this? And it seems like there's a lot of symbolism harkening back to these themes that we're talking about here.
Well, normally on heraldry, if you see a wild man, he's either the green man or he's Hercules.
Yeah, I mean,
so
sorry, yeah, go ahead.
You would get this sort of character. This is Orion. So Hercules was quite often associated not with the Hercules constellation. So Hercules was quite often identified with Orion. So this is Hercules as Orion. You can see the 3 stars on his belt here and his sword hanging down, etc. And obviously...
And he was said to have split a mountain into 2 pillars, right?
I'm not sure if Hercules was doing that. That was Dionysus that was up in the Himalaya.
Okay. I think
not
there is a
sure
myth,
about.
but
Is there? Right.
Yeah.
I'm not so aware of that one. But this is a standard depiction of Hercules with the Nemean lion holding a club. And of course, this is an ancient symbol that has been known for a long time. We have it in the Cernabus giant. This is the Cernabus giant, which is in southern England. Again, it's quite an ancient carving. I mean, it's huge, this thing, in the side of a hill, and it's been there forever. And a lot of people still debate who this is supposed to be, but quite obviously, with his club in his right hand, and his hand out here is ready to hold the Nemean lion of Hercules. I mean, it's just got to be Hercules. And his sword now is inverted, so he ends up with an erection instead of a sword. And notice that this is a very recent image because this is a COVID image. You can see someone put a mask on him.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
They got a bed sheet and made it into a mask for a poor old Cernabus man. Oh dear, COVID got everywhere, didn't it? And I mean, this is Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is the same. So, and Gilgamesh has got to be 3,800 years old. And Gilgamesh is Orion as well. Obviously Hercules with his club and his bow and his sword hanging down. So this is a very ancient story. So if you're seeing wild men on a coat of arms, it's either going to be Hercules or it's going to be the Green Man. And the Green Man is Osiris. So the Green Man, if you see them, he's normally knocking around churches and cathedrals, and you'll see this face poking out with foliage all around his face and coming out of his mouth and so on. And in Christian cathedrals, he's known as the Green Man. But the Green Man of Egypt was Osiris, and he was always painted as being green. And also you have the Osiris beds, where you have a shape of Osiris, which we mentioned before, is filled with seed, and then the seeds sprout because Osiris is the producer of, fertility and things of this nature. Well, not fertility, that was his wife, but he was in command of how things grew.
Well,
so that's probably what you're getting in heraldry, I think.
And not just that, Ralph, I've got examples. I'll show them when I'm making this video of wild men on shields. On the shields is clearly depicted pyramidal shelters, numerous examples of these. And it can't be a coincidence that there's definitely something being signified in these wild men heraldry examples. And it seems to be pointing back to the pyramids, to the megaliths. And I just wondered if they are saying with this, and this goes back before 2001 Space Odyssey. So these ideas have been circulating for a long time, and a lot of powerful families, bloodlines, but not just that, inheritors of this knowledge, which you could almost say are descendants of it. They've inherited this knowledge from it. So it may as well be as good as blood as if you passed on a whole knowledge base and belief system. And you're going to want to symbolize that in your heraldry. You're going to want to keep that close to your family repertoire, as it were. And getting back to, do you think that they are saying that these are the original stone men who were contacted by outside influences?
Well, yeah, just going back to 2001, the whole idea was they were educated by this monolith, obviously as being the communication medium for the aliens, because it's very difficult to show aliens on a film. We don't know what they're going to look like, so it's much easier if you just show them as a monolith. And we don't know if they would even bother coming anyway. You know, if you think about the problems of crossing a galaxy, would you ever be able to go yourself? You would probably send machines. It's going to be much easier than actually visiting yourself. So, so anyway, the film producers decided to make a monolith, and then the problem is, you've done some instruction. What do? Do you interfere with these beings, these hominids, these apes, all the time, like a Christian type God or Judaic type God, where where the God figure interferes in the petty domestic affairs of humankind? Or are you going to be the divine watchmaker? The divine watchmaker just sets everything in motion and then just disappears, buggers off, because plenty of other things to be doing. You know, would a god be involved with the petty disputes of mankind? No, of course they would not. They're much more likely to be a divine watchmaker. We've given you the instructions, we've given you the assistance. You're on your own, chum. Off you go. If you fail, you fail. We don't care. Plenty of other planets to go and visit. If you survive, well, we will need a way of finding out if you have survived or not. And that's why they left another of these monoliths sitting on the moon. And so this monolith would only call home, a bit like the other film, I can't remember what its name, where he was just trying to phone home all the time. This
E.T.
monolith, E.T., yes. This monolith will only phone home when it's uncovered, i.e. when the hominids have become a spacefaring civilization that can go to the moon, that can discover this because it had a big magnetic anomaly associated with it, discover it, uncover it, and as soon as you uncover it, it phones home and says, hey, we've got a spacefaring civilization here. Perhaps you should come again and visit. And that's the whole basis of the 2001 Space Odyssey film. And then, of course, they find that the communication has gone via Jupiter. And so they send out a huge, great spaceship, which has to go all the way out to Jupiter. And I love this because I like real technology, that everything on this spaceship is correct. There's no sound in space. They have to have a carousel to give gravity, so you don't get random gravity as you do in some films. Everything is exactly as it would be on a proper spaceship. So it's a really well-made film. And then they go out to Jupiter and they find another monolith that is floating around Jupiter. The book said they went to Saturn, but the filmmakers, it's always the problem when you get into film, they could not make Saturn work as a film piece. And so they had to turn it into Jupiter. So they ended up going to Jupiter and they find this monolith that's floating around Jupiter, which is the communication device, the sort of intergalactic communication device. And, you know, like a subway or a metro, and you can fly through this this monolith and go and find someone else in the galaxy. So that's the story. And that's the story that some people maintain within the Masonic world as well, is the story of how civilization came about, that there was an element of assistance back in the ancient past. Although we don't know quite how ancient, but sometime in the ancient past, there was some assistance. And that's why we cannot find the technical civilization that went alongside it. because following that assistance, they packed up and they went home. And they said, "You're on your own, chum, now. Off you go. We've created a civilization. Oh, and by the way, in order to create that civilization, we made these grand monuments, because setting mankind in order to make these monuments gives you every component of civilization that you need to make a civilization. You need the aristocracy, the royalty, the priesthood who are going to run these temples that you've made. You need the education system, the artisans. You need the ships and the maritime industries, because all of these stones tended to come by ship for some reason. You needed the agriculture, the fishing, in order to maintain such a large population, a population that didn't have to spend all of its time feeding itself, so that you had surplus manpower in order to go and build these pyramids. And oh, by the way, of course, by building a pyramid, you need architects, you need artisans, people who can actually plan and make things and put them together. All of those aspects are required to make a civilization.
Not only did these aliens have to be well versed in high technology, they had to be well versed in primitive technology as well, like wooden boats and blacksmithing.
They would, but I'm sure they would have their archives, and they could go back in their archives and say, "Oh, how do we make a wooden boat? Oh, yeah, that's a," and they would have the information at hand as how to make it. But but the low technology artisans were making very high technology temples and megaliths, which doesn't appear to be possible if these people really were encoding, form and shape of the earth, the obliquity, the precession, continents of the earth, latitudes and longitudes. All of this sort of business would not be possible by a pre-Neolithic society or a Neolithic society. It could only have been done if they had access to extra information, and that extra information and the technology to move those enormous stones would be provided by the alien intervention. Because some of these stones, I don't know if you've been to Baalbek.
Oh yeah,
but this is Baalbek.
I haven't, but yeah, I've heard of it.
This is in Lebanon. That's why not many people go there. So I've only been there once. This is the Hotel Palmyra in Baalbek, just opposite the temple. So you can see it from my room. I was in this room at the top here, which was probably the grand room. I don't know, but I was the only person in the hotel. I was the only guest, because, well, there was a war going on, so not many people go there. And it was run by this wonderful old Victorian proprietor. There was only one person ran the hotel. There was only one person there. And he was all dressed up in a dicky bow, black and white, with a cloth over his arm, as if he was still in the 1920s, when this was a real roaring place to come to. And he said, and in perfect English, he says, "And when will Sir be taking his bath?" I didn't know what to say for a minute. And I said, "Well, why do you need to know?" He said, "I need to know when to turn the water on, because we have no water." Oh, brilliant. So that's where you stay if you're going to Baalbek. I hope it's still there and no one's blown it up, because it was a fantastic place. And you can imagine inside there's all these pictures of these famous people who have been to the Hotel Palmyra, but of course they don't go there anymore. They destroyed the place. But anyway, once you get up into Baalbek, this is the underneath the Temple Mount. So there's a plateau there that's artificial, it's man-made from megaliths. Is exactly the same as the one at Jerusalem. I mean, this is the same as the Temple Mount at Jerusalem. It looks exactly the same. And you can see there's two building eras. We've got the megalithic era underneath, and that's Roman on top. So everything you see on the top of Baalbek is Roman. Underneath is all megalithic. Two completely different building eras. So if you see people that say that Baalbek is Roman, no, the Romans were building on top of a megalithic era. And the stones they were using were like this. This has been uncovered a lot more now, so you can see more of that. But when I visited, this was back in 2008, I think, it was still half buried. This is the stone of the pregnant woman in the quarry just down the road from the Temple of Baalbek. This was the size of the stones they were using to build the temple platform. This weighs about 1,100 tons, something of that nature. And this is me standing on the stone. That's myself there. But this is not the biggest stone. This is the biggest stone in the quarry down the road. This one, there we go. This one is about 1,400 tons. It's even bigger.
I mean, do you need a bigger monolith than this?
How do you move it? Why would you even bother moving it? I mean, the Romans didn't. The Romans were quite good, and they moved some pretty large stones. But the largest stone they moved at Baalbek was probably around 100 tons, which is still big, but it's got nothing on this thing. And this picture was interesting to take. This is again me sitting on the stone, because I was the only person there. So I had to set my camera on a timer, and it only had a 10-second timer. So I set my camera, and then I had to run all the way down to the end of the stone and take up my pose, and hopefully the camera takes a picture. So I ended up with 12 pictures, I think, of me falling over halfway down the stone and whatever. And finally I got it. Because it's quite a long way. Yeah, it was a long way down there. I finally got a photo of myself on the stone. So if you look it up on Wiki, the pictures are of me on the Great Stone. But this is the level of technology they were using. How do you cut 1,400 ton stones? How do you get them up to the temple platform? How do you then lift them onto the temple platform? And why would you bother doing that in the first place? I mean, we didn't start lifting things of this nature until about the 1980s. The heaviest lift in the 80s and 90s in Europe was in Britain. We put a roof on one of our nuclear power stations, which weighed 1,000 tons, about a bit lighter than this stone here. And it took 3 of the largest cranes in the whole of Europe to do it. And they didn't have to move it very far. It wasn't as if they were moving it 2 kilometers like you would have to move this one. It was just a lift and place onto the top of the building. Now that's what we were doing in the 90s. Nowadays, we do have cranes that can lift 1,000 tons. But they are few and far between, and they are high pieces of technology. But how would you do this in?
There is a guy over here in the United States named Wally Wallington, and he developed his own method of moving these really heavy stones and blocks, which uses wood. Basically, it looks like wood wrenches, like a wrench, right? But made out of wood. So it's using leverage and using smaller stones underneath for swivel.
He balances them on stones.
He's also got sort of like a wooden thing that he can roll these stones across, just like with barely pushing it. And he's got this stone that's like rolling across this wood because of it's all measured. So once you build the platform with the exact angles that is matched to the move, it's taken advantage of all of those pivot points and leverage. Now, for a stone that size, I don't know about that, but
yeah, because his stones were about 10 tons, so we're talking 2 orders of magnitude larger. Plus, we're going uphill.
Mute Caleb.
You've got to go uphill from the quarry to the temple.
Caleb,
so you've
mute,
got
please.
to drag this. Yes, if you can mute it. You've got to drag this a long way uphill. So you've got to put energy into this to be able to drag it up. And why bother? If you had cut this stone down, and you can see the Romans at the back here have actually started quarrying this stone, because the Romans couldn't move this stone, so they quarried it, and they did the sensible thing and took lumps out weighing about 5 or 10 tons, because moving a stone of this size is just ridiculous. There's no point unless it was easy. And if it was easy, how was it easy? How did they make moving this easy? Well, if they'd had intervention, technical intervention, of course it would be easy, because you would have the technology available to a spacefaring civilization who would have who knows what sort of technology that we don't even have today. But they might have had that technology, and they can use that technology, teach the locals how to use it. This is how you use this piece of equipment, and you drag this stone up. Oh, very easy, nice, put it in position. But when you leave, you take that technology with you. You don't leave it on Earth where it can be misused. And you don't even want people to know about this, because all of these megaliths were bare. As we said at the beginning of this talk, there was no evidence. So obviously the intention was not to leave any evidence behind, because you are supposed to develop your own civilizations, not rely on something that happened in the past. So there was no point scribing, E equals MC squared, that would have told us immediately that there had been a previous technical civilization or intervention, because you could see it immediately if you leave a formula sitting on the megalith. They didn't do that. Everything was bare. Everything was just smooth. There was no direct evidence whatsoever. So the idea, obviously, was not to leave anything behind which would be indicative of a high technical civilization. Part of the quest, it's too easy. If you have E equals MC squared written on the chambers of the Great Pyramid, that's just too easy. There's no quest then. The quest has to be that you have to go and find this. Are you worthy, sort of thing?
And you
can
found
you
it,
get
Ralph.
to the moon?
And you found this quest. There's still so many questions to be asked about
Well,
this.
yes, because
really,
the quest is not over. If I have correctly identified K2, I have not had the capacity to go and investigate K2. So what needs to be done is someone needs to be able to go up there with various scanning instrumentation, like doing a magnetic survey or ground penetrating radar or whatever, to actually see what it is fully made of. Is there any entrances, things of that nature? Is there any magnetic anomalies which might mark a particular location? That has never been done. A, because it's so inaccessible. B, because it's on the border of 2 contentious countries, Pakistan and China, which doesn't really help the situation.
Were you aware that Aleister Crowley had climbed K2, a famous British occultist in the Victorian era?
Actually. No, I didn't.
And shortly afterwards, he went to Cairo and had a vision of contacting an alien being.
Ah.
And he called this being Awaz.
I didn't know he had been up K2. Did he give any reason for going up K2? What was the point?
He was fascinated by sacred mountains. I think
What?
he wanted to recover the ground that
Right.
Alexander
Alexander the Great.
yes, he wanted to cover that ground and see. And I think he also understood some of these mysteries that you're talking about. One of his books is called 777.
Interesting. I've never read Crowley because I try not to get too influenced by these other people.
Yeah, it can get a bit dicey with him. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean,
Just
yes.
be
I
warning
mean,
people. Yeah.
He was highly into the occult. But yeah, I do write a chapter on Alexander the Great because we have another mystery there that Alexander the Great was up in the Himalaya. That's why Skardu is called Skardu, because it's named after Alexander. And he went on this quest right up into Afghanistan, right into where my big triangle is in the Himalaya. And why was he doing that? And not only that, but he was investigating sacred mountains and having, what did he call them? A pothos, I think, where they have some sort of ecstatic reaction to being on a mountain. And he was looking to these sacred mountains in the middle of the Himalaya. And you go, what's all that about? Something to do with Dionysus, of course, because Dionysus was up in the Himalaya as well.
And not only that, Dionysus is almost like a symbolic representation of an altered state. If you think about the way that he's depicted, as you said before, yes, the god of wine and inebriation. So, yes. And then you said that, what was this ecstatic? This is new to me. So this ecstatic experience of going towards a mountain. So this is like a Bacchic experience. Sorry.
It was a Bacchic experience. Yes, it was facilitated by lots of alcohol, of course, but specifically linked with being on top of some sort of vaguely sacred mountain.
And when the Stone Age men in 2001, when they go next to the monolith, they go crazy, right? They go ape shit, as the term goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same sort of idea, but we have no real idea why Alexander was doing this. Appian doesn't say why he was actually doing this. And yet he just happened to be up in the same region that I was up in. And Alexander Crowley, apparently, which I'd never heard of before. So thanks for that little addition.
You're very welcome. I'm sure there's plenty of people who'd want to say it to you, because I don't know if you're aware of this. I wasn't even going to bring it up, but yeah, did you know that you've actually spawned off a whole mystical movement, Ralph?
No.
No.
No. What's
that
called?
There's these guys called the Synchromystists, pretty much headed by this guy called Jake Coetzee, and he links Hollywood movies to theories in your books, Thoth Architect of the Universe and K2 Quest of the Gods. He talks about Crowley. He talks about the appearances of K2 in movies, how they have these mystical references. He also talks about the Twin Towers being blown up and it being a big occult ritual, and then them building a big hotel in the middle of New York in the same shape of the monolith. And even in the website, it says, oh, this massive hotel where the Twin Towers stood is based on 2001 Space Odyssey monolith. And he starts linking all of these crazy mystical coincidences. So I think there's a lot of people who've probably been wanting to ask you these questions. So I feel very privileged.
I didn't know that. So yeah, so I know I've got lots of readers, but I didn't know I had a cult as well. So that's knowledge.
Well, I do have another question just to sort of cap it off. The guy who stole your book or tried to steal your book, which is a great story. We don't have time for it today, but it's excellent. And yeah, well done for winning that one. But you said that his cover seemed so foreboding. And there's a film that came out relatively recently compared to 2001 Space Odyssey called Prometheus. It's very bleak. It's done by Ridley Scott, a guy from around my area, actually, originally from South Shields, up in the northeast of England. And he postulates in this movie that humans were genetically engineered by these alien engineers, and they kind of took a no interference policy as well. They just took off when they did their business. It's very bleak. It's pessimistic. I was going to say, I would say that your take on all of this is a lot more positive when you say.
Yeah, I would be positive about it because I can't imagine that any super technical civilization would want to take us over, cause war, or anything of that nature, because we are so insignificant. In a way, the only danger would be someone trampling on us because we're so insignificant. We're just like ants. A bit like in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where they built a hypersonic motorway that went through the Earth, and so they had to demolish the Earth. And there was everyone on Earth complaining, "Hey, you can't do this," building interstellar roadways through our solar system. And they said, "Well, don't you involve yourself in local politics? The planning application has been here for 1,000 years." In humor, of course, that we are so insignificant that we might just get trodden on. But apart from that, I can't believe that anyone would want resources and minerals from such an insignificant place as our solar system. There are so many solar systems around our galaxy, let alone the whole of the universe, that there would be no point. There's plenty of other places you can get minerals or whatever you wanted from. And so I can't believe that any technical civilization would want to take us over. I think they would be benign and probably helpful, and so we would get some form of assistance. And yes, they might have a non-interference policy, and so we might have assistance, and then they might come back after a few thousand years, probably in tune with the precession of the equinox. So the dates they would come back would be on the half cycle or the full cycle. So say if the pyramids were built 11,000 years ago, they would come back 13,000 years later, being on the half cycle of precession, so that you could gauge when the second coming was, the second coming of the gods. And that would be inscribed somehow, somewhere. How would you inscribe that? Well, you would inscribe it on a megalithic monument, which encodes precession or obliquity within its design, and therefore you would know when they were coming back. Something of that nature. Do I know when they're coming back? No, I don't. A good guess might be at the end of the next this great month. So the great month of Pisces ends in about 2300, something of that nature. So maybe that would be a good time for another visitation, because visitations are going to be difficult. Visitations are going to be difficult unless you postulate some magnificent way of getting around the speed of light. If we're stuck behind the speed of light, getting around the galaxy is difficult. And so you're not going to be able to get back every century. You're only going to be able to get back after many thousands of years. And that, I think, is probably what they are doing. That's why the megaliths have to be so big and robust, because they've got to last a minimum of a half cycle, which is 13,000 years, maybe a full cycle, 26,000 years, maybe 66,000 years. Who knows? But it certainly fits all of the data we have, all of the facts we have, that this was the intention. Anyway, I think we're into this. We're time to wrap up, I think.
That's right. Yeah, we do.
So
and you've already been so generous, by the way. And go ahead.
The books that this come from are Thoth, Architect of the Universe, and K2, Quest of the Gods. Try and get the versions which are 2017 or later. They are the latest editions. They are better because they have a lot more images. When I started to do this via Amazon on their tablet system, the tablets are all color images, whereas if you go for the book, they are black and white. So obviously the tablet is better. So try and get the 2017 or later editions. The tablet version should not cost you more than about $5, I think it is. So it's relatively cheap. I have noticed someone selling them at much higher prices, so don't go for those ones. The Facebook site, which is quite active, is ralph.ellis.144 for Facebook. For my videos, it's just Ralph Ellis on YouTube, and look for the gold and red phoenix as the thumbnail, and that will be mine. And how else can you get? I think that's about it, really.
So we have a quest to a gigantic mystery. I've been on the edge of my seat all night. My heart is pumping, sweating, and it's endlessly rewarding. Like I said, you've been so generous with your time, Ralph. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. And just for readers out there and viewers, the quest is not finished. So if you want to be a part of the quest, you can join it. You can finish the quest. Because the quest is not over. We haven't found the X marks the spot. You know, if there is a hall of records or something of that nature, it's still there to be discovered. So yeah, you can join in.
You might just find Superman's cave in K2. Who knows?
Might. Yeah, who knows?
Right, guys, Caleb, have a lovely night. Contribution is always, I'm always grateful for your contribution. Thank you, man. Okay, guys, enjoy the rest of your night. Rest easy, and I'll see you later.